left you high and dry. But you know, someday, well, you wonder what you see in him anyway. When that day arrives, we'll live on ocean drive. Don't know why it's so blue. The sun's gonna shine on everything in the sky.
Thank you. Please, can you take the music down? Thank
The
you.
sun's gonna shine on everything.
Thank you. Can we take the music down and get ready to welcome the founder so that this wonderful program will commence this morning? On behalf of the leadership of the university, I want to welcome the totality of us here in the hall this morning to a brand new day and a brand new program. That we're here today is not by accident. It has been preordained. And we're going to make the best out of it. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for coming early. In a moment from now, this workshop will commence. We thank you. Yes, you can go ahead with your music, but very low key. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, may we be upstanding to receive the founder of the university and his wife. They have just made their way into the hall. Thank you. Let's receive the leadership, the founder of this university and his wife, the thoroughly distinguished Afe Babalola, the wave-making person who has established this wave-making university. That we are here today, like I said earlier, it's not by accident. It has been preordained. We are here for a purpose. We are here on purpose. And that purpose, by his grace, will be achieved. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seat for a moment. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the founder of this university, the thoroughly distinguished Afe Babalola, his wife, our mother in this community, and the leadership of the university, I want to welcome all of us to this high-impact research and journal advancement workshop. Like I normally say, like I often say, this is a university where great and mighty things happen in quick rapidity. This is one of them again. Without wasting time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that we are where we are today is not by accident. A 15-year-old university being a clear leader of all the universities in Nigeria for 3 years running is not by accident. It's through a lot of hard work, resilience, and quality leadership by the founder and all our leaders in the university. Once again, you are heartily welcome. But before we go into the business of the day, as usual, please may we be upstanding so that we can run the university anthem, which will mark the commencement of this program this morning. I appreciate you. Please, let's be upstanding for the university anthem. God bless you. Technical team, please. About the anthem.
Funded by Afe Babalola, a believer in industry and determination, a unique environment with aesthetic structures, a beacon university. Delivery unequal, design for high quality education to most character, and infuse knowledge how to lead others. Proud of our the launching pad to excellence with determination. And faith in our philosophy of industry, service and character. Our future for greatness and excellence is assured. And excellence is assured. And excellence is assured.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seat. Once again, you are welcome to this High Apand Research and Journal Advancement Workshop taking place in the hallowed bowel of Afe Babalola Hall, Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Abuad. Going further in this program this morning, it is my pleasure to introduce to us some of our leaders in the house this morning. Of course, the first person I would like to present to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is the founder of this wave-making university, a patently selfless man, a man who will do anything and everything legal and justifiable to make sure that the other person succeeds, a man who does not believe that anything other than the heavens is impossible, a leader, a father, a teacher, a lawyer, a farmer, an hairdresser. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hand together for the founder of this university, Afe Babalola. When I called him an hairdresser, people were laughing. I'm not joking. If somebody is the patron hairdressers association, is he or she not an hairdresser? Yes, he is. The next person I want to present to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is our mother in this community, the matriarch of the Afe Babalola dynasty, the chief executive officer of Abuad Ventures, Mama Yeyare Babalola. You are welcome, ma. We have in the house the chief executive officer of our university, the Mercurial Professor Smaranda Olarinde. We have in the house a brand new Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Chris Aino. You are welcome, sir. Please let me just introduce them the way they are seated. His predecessor in office, who today, by the grace of God, is the editor-in-chief of Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy, Professor Olawuyi, SAN. You are welcome. We have in the house our Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Shupo Ijabadeni. The Chief Administrative Officer of our university is in the house. I'm talking about the Registrar, Lady Christy Oluborode. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming. the Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Abuad, I'm talking about the Bossa, Pastor Modupe Balola, the University Librarian, Dr. Roslyn Zubar, the mobile encyclopedia of our multi-system hospital. I won't say much about him. Now, thank you for being who you are. Brand new Professor Ogundipe, you are welcome, sir. My friend seated next to the CMD, Mr. Idowu Adegbilero Iwari, you are welcome, brother. Coming to this side of the hall, I can see a member of the Governing Council of the University, our Dean of Nursing, Professor Lizzie Ojo. We appreciate you. The Provost College of Postgraduate Studies, don't worry, I won't say that this morning. Professor Abiodun Ojo, you are welcome, sir. Provost of Engineering, Professor Femi Oniboje, we appreciate you. Deputy Provost College of Medicine and Health Sciences, Professor Richard Agbana, you are welcome. Provost College of Pharmacy, Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, MFR. She's not the one giving the lecture. Thank you. Provost College of Sciences, Professor Pius Okiki. Our brand new professor, the Director of ICT, Professor Adebayo Ogundipe. Another professor in the College of Medicine and Health Sciences, a professor of nursing, Sister Agatha Ogunkorode. You are heartily welcome. And all our leaders in the house, can I have somebody to please help me pass the microphone to our friends seated here to please introduce themselves to the house? I'm sorry I don't know you by name. Please be kind enough to introduce yourself and where you are coming from. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Professor M.T. Yakubu of the Department of Biochemistry, University of Ilorin. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. George Adeniyi from Chemical Engineering Department, University of Ilorin.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Larunke Fagbela from Department of Library and Information Science, University of Ilorin.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Folorunso Ajide from Economics Department, University of Ilorin.
Good morning, all. My name is Abdullahi Maito Razak. I am the Electronic Librarian, University of Ilorin.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Mrs. S.E. Ogunshili, the Deputy Director, Office of Research, Development and Innovation, Ekiti State University.
I'm Dr. Olabode Olajide, University Library, Federal University, Oye-Ekiti.
Clement Adekoya, University Library, Federal University, Oye-Ekiti.
I'm Dr. F.O.T. Obashui, the acting HOD, Department of Economics, BUESI.
I'm Dr. Olubunmi Veronica Kendedada, Acting Director, Consultancy Services, BUESI.
Dr. Victoria Olubola Deyele, the Coordinator Center for Research and Development, BUESI.
I'm Dr. Kole Faloye, the Director for Center for Research and Development, BUESI.
I'm Dr. S.A. Ugunwa, Acting University Librarian, Elizade University.
Olowo Kporoku Isaac, Elizade University Library.
I'm Hajayi Bright, Elizade University Library.
I am Noah Balogun, Dr. Noah Balogun. I'm the Managing Editor, Agedegbo Abo Journal of the Humanities.
Thank you, Colonel Emmanuel. That's our CSO. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I welcome our friends, brothers and sisters from Abuad who are in the hall. I must not forget to welcome our friends, partners from the media. We appreciate you for always partnering with us. And of course, the great Abuad students, you are welcome to the house. In Yoruba tradition or culture, they often tell us that Egunla ni kẹ́yìn ìgbàlẹ̀. I don't know how to translate that into English. That the big masquerade comes out last. Professor Ogundipe, am I correct? Good. But the word is graduating off Igbale. We are either Christian or Muslim, we're in the churches, we're in the mosques today, so we don't talk about Igbale. This gentleman I want to introduce often does not like being introduced. He would love to sit down there quietly, do his business, and go away. But how can somebody like this man be in the hall and nobody will notice him until he comes up to speak? Those of us who have been in the banking industry will know who and what an operator and a regulator is. This seasoned educationist, robust educationist, is both an operator and a regulator. Why am I saying this? A time it was when he was the vice chancellor of a university. That was when he was an operator. Another time it was because of the inherent qualities in him, he was appointed the executive secretary of National Universities Commission, the regulatory authority for university education in Nigeria, NUC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for distinguished Professor Peter Okebukola, who will be talking to us this morning. I'm sorry, sir, I know you don't like this, but it has to be said. You have some things we don't have. You have some things better than we do have them. So we'll be drinking from his fountain of experience and knowledge this morning. Prof, you are heartily welcome, sir. God bless you. Everybody has introduced himself. Do I need to introduce myself? Thank you. Everybody has been either professor, doctor. Okay. For this period, my name is Professor Tunde Olofintila. Some call me Professor of Microphone, but it doesn't go beyond this hall. I'm your anchor this morning. God bless you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with that sorted out, we have, with your permission, invite to this side of the arena Professor Damilola Olawuyi SAN to please welcome the totality of us to the house this morning. Let's celebrate our leader, please.
The Chancellor and founder, Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti. Are Afe Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Commander of the Order of Niger, Officer of the Federal Republic, Doctor of Letters, LLD London, and so on and so forth. Our dear mother, Yeye Are Modupe Babalola, CEO of Abuad Ventures. Our distinguished keynote speaker is Academic Eminence, Professor Peter Okebukola, Officer of the Federal Republic, DSc, PhD, FSAN, FSTAN, FIAE, DSSE, former Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission. our erudite Vice Chancellor, Professor Elisabetta Smaranda Olarinde, Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, FCAI, Principal Officers of ABWAD, distinguished faculty members, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure as Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy and the Chairman of the Program Planning Committee to welcome you to this important event. In 2019, while receiving the honorary doctorate in law from the prestigious University of London, our most respected Chancellor and founder, Afe Babalola, said, and I quote, "What truly makes a university world-class? Becoming a world-class university is not achieved by self-declaration. A world-class university cannot be proclaimed into existence. Becoming a world-class university requires excellence in research. World-class universities must spearhead research, innovation, and entrepreneurial development that address complex societal challenges. It is this relentless devotion to research excellence that makes us different at ABWAD." End of quote. Today's event is yet another manifestation of the tireless pursuit of research excellence at ABWAD. Librarians, journal editors, researchers, faculty members, students, and other key stakeholders from universities across the country have gathered to learn from the success story of the ABWAD Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy, an open access journal which started here from humble beginnings in 2013 and has now become globally recognized as a leading journal and model of diamond open access publishing. Only very few universities in Nigeria can boast of having a Scopus Index journal. ABWAD leads in this area. The ABWAD Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy is indexed by Scopus, a premier online database containing over 2,000 leading journals. This journal is also indexed on Iron Online, on Westlaw, on Asian Science and Citation Index, on EBSCO, Ingenta Connect, Skillit, Mirabel, Crossref, German ESB, ProQuest, and the African Journal Online. I think that deserves a round of applause. This journal is accredited by the South African Department of Higher Education and Training, the equivalent of the National Universities Commission of Nigeria. It is a member of the Committee on Publication Ethics UK, a member of the Directory of Open Access Journals, the African Journals Online, and is fully compliant with the RC UK Open Access Policy. This is therefore an international and world-class journal published in Ado-Ekiti for the world. We owe the remarkable success story of this journal to the vision of our founder, our father, a visionary thinker and iconoclast, who I recall clearly in 2013 told me, "I want you to start a homegrown world-class journal that will be ranked globally and compete internationally." Even though the dream seemed so far-fetched then, I'm honored, sir, that we have been able to achieve your target, all thanks to your constant motivation and support. I also acknowledge the outstanding mentoring, the guidance and support of our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Elisabetta Smaranda Olarinde, without which we will not be here today. This workshop is made possible through a generous grant that we received from the Electronic Information for Libraries, EIFL, in Lithuania, and the Wellcome Trust, United Kingdom. We thank them for supporting us to take this journal to the next level and to foster collaboration and best practices in open access publishing journal management, global scholarly impact, and ethical research practices that advance sustainable development. We have invited a roster of eminent scholars with international distinction and record of publishing excellence, especially his academic eminence, Professor Peter Okebukola, to share with us the recipe for leveraging high-impact research and publications to accelerate national development. This program is carefully designed to instill an innovative and entrepreneurial mindset in our approach to research, publication, and journal management. I therefore thank all our invited speakers and panelists for honoring our invitation. I also appreciate the support and hard work of members of the planning committee, most especially Dr. Idowu Adegbilero Iwari, Moronkeji Kolawole, Abraham Adeniran, and Samuel Olayinka for going above and beyond in ensuring the success of today's program. With the deepest gratitude to the founder and chancellor for his constant guidance and support, without which today's program would not have been possible, I warmly welcome everyone to this program and wish us all a rewarding and successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Prof. When somebody is a professor of law, is a senior advocate of Nigeria, what do you expect? Lucidity, clarity. He has exhibited all those. We appreciate you, sir. I've just looked at the front row to my left. We have a battalion of 4 leading lawyers there. 2 of them are senior advocates of Nigeria. 2 of them are professors. Oh, 3 of them are professors. So I have to be careful what I say here this morning. The next person I want to invite to the podium to say a word or two to us is the Vice President of the National Association of Artificial Intelligence Practitioners, a member of the Governing Council of Association of African Universities, who by the grace of God is our own Vice Chancellor here. Please put your hand together as I invite Professor Olanide, our Vice Chancellor, to the podium for her welcome remarks.
Today is a very distinguished morning, a different morning, a beautiful morning. Therefore, I say very good morning to everybody and welcome you once again to Afe Babalola University. I will just briefly observe the protocol because my DVC research, innovation, and strategic partnership, Professor Damilola Sandeolawi has done good justice to the protocol. However, the founder, sir, our great Chancellor of Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti, your very supportive wife, Yeyare Modupe Babalola, principal officers and management staff of our great institution, and our highly esteemed keynote lecturer, who is our academic excellence, distinguished Emeritus Professor Peter Akinshola Okebukola, welcome you most sincerely, all distinguished participants, students, guests, gentlemen of the press, excellencies, you are most welcome. On behalf of the founder, Afe Babalola, the Governing Council, the Senate, and the management of Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this high-impact research and journal advancement workshop. This important gathering is hosted by the Journal of Sustainable Development, Law and Policy, a distinguished Scopus Index publication of the Institute of Oil, Gas, Energy, Environment and Sustainable Development, the OGEES. I particularly wish to welcome most sincerely His Academic Excellence, distinguished Emeritus Professor Peter Akinshola Okebukola, an international icon in higher education, and we thank you profoundly for honoring our invitation. We also warmly welcome all other distinguished speakers, facilitators, scholars, librarians, editors, researchers, and guests from across southwestern Nigeria and beyond. This two-day workshop has been made possible through the generous support of Electronic Information for Libraries. We are proud to partner with EIFL in advancing open access to knowledge in ways that directly support our collective developmental goals. The theme of this workshop centers on the Diamond Open Access, DOA, model of transformative publishing framework that removes both paywalls and publication fees. The theme of this workshop focuses on the Diamond Open Access model, a transformative publishing framework that we are to learn more about it. This model reflects ABWAD's enduring mission to democratize access to knowledge, empower local research ecosystems, and support scholarship that addresses pressing societal needs. Participants will be equipped with practical knowledge on managing and sustaining Diamond Open Access journals, ethical research publishing, and improving the visibility and accessibility of African academic outputs. Hands-on sessions will introduce online journal management systems, offering practical skills for sustainability in academic publishing. These objectives align strongly with Afe Babalola University's strategic vision of producing homegrown, mission-driven research that contributes meaningfully to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are particularly delighted to host librarians, journal editors, scholars, academic leaders, and researchers from within and outside our institution. Your participation in this workshop is a testament to your shared commitment to building robust, ethical, and impactful academic publishing platforms here on the continent, here in Africa. As we begin, I urge you to listen attentively to our revered keynote lecturer, who has trained many thousands of us as the Facilitator General of the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education, VICBE, ever since 2021 till date. We thank you, Sam. I also encourage you to collaborate, share experiences, and vision new ways to elevate the quality and visibility of our African scholarly outputs. On this note, once again, I most warmly welcome you all and wish you a productive, impactful, and memorable workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. We appreciate you. Now that the facilitator of this workshop, Professor Damilola Alawi, SAN, and the Vice Chancellor have set the tone and tenor of this workshop this morning, may I, with your permission, invite to the podium our Registrar, Lady Christy Oluborode, to please give us an abridged citation of the keynote speaker. It has to be properly abridged. Because to read Professor Okebukola's citation may take eons. Then we're going to have an abridged version. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Kabiesi, Yeyare, the Vice Chancellor, while I relish on the ambience of the already established protocol, I have the honor and pleasure to request our distinguished keynote lecturer to please rise. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. He always likes to be addressed as I'm going to. Peter Okebukola is a distinguished emeritus professor of science and computer education at Lagos State University, Nigeria. Born February 17, 1951, he had his higher education at the University of Ibadan, where he obtained his bachelor's degree in 1973, followed by master's and PhD degrees in science education in the same university. He has specialized training at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and Harvard University. He specializes in science, computer and environmental education, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. He has trained all levels of holders of certificates, diplomas, and degrees in education, including grade 2, NCE, PGDE, masters, and PhDs. And many of his former students are full professors in different fields. Give him a round of applause. Between 1990 and 1991, he was a visiting professor in one of Australia's leading universities, Cotton University of Technology, Perth. He is a fellow of the International Academy of Education, and between 1998 and 2007, was the African representative on the Executive Committee of the International Council of Association for Science Education. He's a fellow of the Science Association of Nigeria, fellow and president of the Nigerian Association of Environmental Education, and fellow and past president of the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria, STAN. He is the vice chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Commonwealth Association of Science, Technology, and Mathematics Educators. He is the first African to win the UNESCO Kalinga Prize for the popularization of science in 1993. Thank you. He has won several international gold medals in science and computer education. He was concurrently the chairman of council, chairman board of trustees of 6 Nigerian universities. His last post was the chairman of council of the National Open University of Nigeria, now the largest university in Africa in terms of enrollment. He is director of the UNESCO Institute of African Culture and International Understanding. He has served as team leader of several quality assurance projects involving UNESCO, the African Union, the World Bank, and the Association of African Universities. He's currently the president of the Global University Network for Innovation, GUNI Africa. Okay. He is the inventor of the Cultural Techno-Contextual Approach, CTA, to science, teaching, and learning that is gaining global acclaim as a tool for breaking barriers to meaningful learning of difficult concepts in STEM. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Emeritus Professor Peter Oke Bukola. I call him the Encyclopedia of University Administration.
Thank you so very much, Ma. Our registrar, the only thing you missed out, which will have encapsulated everything, is that that's the only thing I have to film, any film, is that I am the son of Afe Babalola, nothing else, nothing else. So our director of media, professor, where's the professor? Where's the man? The man is going, please, we just alert him. As you rightly said, I'm not a fan of standing up, reading citation, as you rightly said. Next time I come here, anywhere I go, the only thing I want people to introduce me as is that I'm the son of Afe Babalola, no more, no less. Our founder and chancellor, Afe Babalola, Mama, Vice Chancellor, distinguished participants, dear students of the greatest university around, Afe Babalola University, great Abuad students. You are not answering me. I'd like to let you know that I have studied the educational systems, higher education systems in 45 African countries. As I speak, there are 54 countries in Africa, meaning that only 10 have I not visited. I have been, I've studied top universities all over the world. Just name them: Harvard, MIT, all of them. The only university, and I'm being truthful and objective, that I find the environment to be clement for intellectual development, for good scholarship, and for good moral development is no other than Afe Babalola University. So why did I ask you to, I call you great Abuad students, and you were quiet? I'm going to say that once again. If I don't hear that acceptance, that applause, then I'm going to leave this stage. And I know you don't want me to leave this stage. Great Abuad students, you are great. You may not know it as much today, but I tell you, in a couple of years, when you graduate out of this university with your first degree, your master's, or your PhD degree, you go know, say, you have passed through the portal of a university that is globally renowned. So I congratulate you, and I congratulate myself. Did you know that I'm also a student of Abuad? You don't know that one? I'm a student of Abuad. I got my honorary PhD from this Abuad, and a member of the board of trustees of this university. So you, as well as myself, we are in this God-owned university, Afe Babalola University. I'd like to thank the founder and chancellor for doing so many things for me. He has been generous to me. I cannot count it all here. So I would like all the students who are here to please stand up. All students, please stand up. All the students here, you hear me, so? I want you to say to our Chancellor, our Father, our Are, and say it loud and very clear. Say, thank you, Baba. Yeah, please be seated. Please be seated. I'd like to thank him. I'd like to thank God. And I'd like to let him know that his kindness, his generosity, his favor to me, and I'm sure to millions of Nigerians, cannot go unrewarded. The great God of heaven and earth will reward him with continued good health, with long life, and at the end of his sojourn on earth, and may God find a place for us in his kingdom. Today, we're having a workshop that is unique. Unique in all respects. There are 283 or 4 universities in Nigeria today. And I've not been able to see one that has organized a workshop for staff involving students and the other stakeholders from across the country and elsewhere in the world like we have today. So I'd like to congratulate the Editor-in-Chief, Professor Olawuyi, SAN, and members of the planning committee for putting this together. It's indeed unique, very unique. Today we are looking at research impact, So the first thing that we need to reflect upon, if the studio is alive there, please can you show my slide? Yeah, go to the next one. What is high impact research? High impact research. I put up a definition here because what are we here to do? We are talking the A of what we are here to do today, the Z of what we are here to do today is about high impact research. So what is it? I define it as you talk about research, and by the way, let's set a template right, a template of use of the language. When I hear the word researches, I crumble. So high impact. What does it mean? It means it should significantly, you can see how I made the word in bold. Significantly, it should significantly advance knowledge. I've always, when I teach my students research methods, I give them, well, maybe a metaphor, maybe an analogy. Let's go to a stadium, our stadium here, our stadium here in Afe Babalola University. And take it, go there when it is 100% dark, or go to the dome, okay, let's even take the stadium. Dark, everywhere dark. And you hold your phone, switch on the torchlight there, and then you know that your phone will illuminate a little area. That area that has illuminated, whether you are in the arts, you are in the social sciences, you are in medicine, you are in engineering, any discipline at all, is the area of the known. That's the area of the known. So what is a researcher trying to do? Researcher is trying to now go to that end of the circumference of that light and try to push it, no, my friend, push it further. So, let me describe it this way. I'm in the stadium, dark, everything, and I put on the light, and I have a small area there. That is the area of the known. That's what you have in the literature. That's what the journal we are celebrating today, that's all that it has done. Documenting the area of the known. So you are conducting some research as a project in your medical education, pharmacy education, whatever. You're now trying to push further the area, frontier of knowledge. That's what they call the frontier of knowledge. You try to push it further. And when you push it further, you are now adding to the area of the node. So, we're talking about high impact research that will, if you see my keywords, advance knowledge significantly. Not just do literature review and be working in the area of the node, but expanding it. So that's high impact. What's high impact? Some other labels. Research that can influence industry practices. Research that can drive societal change. Research that can lead to breakthroughs. Hey, so you're doing some research and they say the status of biology education in Ekiti State. Or the role of teachers, you're examining the role of teachers. That's a research question. What's the role of teachers in chemistry education? Well, that's not, it's neither here nor there. It's research, yes, but it's not high impact research because it's not leading to any significant breakthrough. And then the research is one that is frequently cited. If your research is good, hey, people will be citing it. That's high impact. Please mind my sequence. I've said that we are here to look at high impact research. And so, what is it? We are setting the minimum, the baseline, the characteristics. And so, our journal editor-in-chief and his team should please look at all these words that these labels are put in there. So you get an article for publication. It's advancing knowledge, yeah, but not significantly. Throw it to a dustbin, more or less. Not dustbin, I don't mean dustbin like that. I mean, return to the person, we want something that is significant. Is it influencing industry practice? Is it driving societal change? Is it leading to a significant breakthrough? And over time, are we having it frequently cited by other scholars? So these are some of this. Now let me give you a few examples. Yeah, you can go on to the next slide, please. There are several, and what I did while preparing for this lecture, this keynote address, was to look at the staff of Afe Babalola University. Look at their citations. Look at how impactful their research had been. And I'm happy to tell you that nothing less than 3/4, 75% of scholars in Afe Babalola are among the best in their fields. So I've taken one of them, actually two, you'll see in a minute. John Akoni Oluwole or Jewole. Look at the first one. Just a minute, let me take you from here. Analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and hypoglycemic effects of ethanol extract of Zingiber officinale rhizomes in mice and rats. So let's look at it. Is this significant? First of all, let's start from the base in terms of citation. If it's not significant, people will not be citing it. So it's highly cited. And then you will find that the breakthrough is inherent even in the title. It's used local plants, Zingiber, and you look at the rhizome. And of course, in this kind of practice, you start with mice and rats, and then you keep going until you can do your testing in humans. Go to the next one. So this scholar is in pharmacology and medical sciences. And you can see the research areas. Natural compounds like capsaicin on coagulation and thromboembolism and this. That is science. Now let me go to law. Before I go to law, yes, we're already, okay, yeah, that's good, thank you. Before I go to law, I'd like to let you know that the medical people relative to the others, get their research more highly cited. That is constant all over the world. And why is this so? This is so because the medical scientist works with a team, cross-national, intranational, and matters having to do with health is something that people pay greater attention to. So in Babalola University of Science and Technology, many of the staff are here. University of Ilorin, you are here. And the other universities, Jsdlp University, you just check. You find that the medical people have higher level of citation. But if you do it proportionally, those who are not in the medical field, because of the priority that is given, globally, you have that in the arts, in the social sciences, citations are relatively lower. So let's go to law. Now, one of the most cited lawyers is our Vice Chancellor, Professor Elisabeth Smaranda Olarinde. I'm bringing this up to let you see the significance of our study with our colleagues. Here, she's looking at the legal responses to energy security and sustainability in Nigeria's power sector amidst fossil fuel disruptions and low carbon energy transition. That is super significant because here in Nigeria and everywhere else in Africa, we're having power sector fossil fuel disruptions, we're having low carbon energy transition, and then Nigeria's power sector and the rest of them. So to start this discussion on, I have, let's look at some other scholars here have provided their fields of study and their research areas. Go on to the next place. Go on to the next place. So after defining, after giving you some examples here at Abuad, my university, your university, let me now give you a sense of the key characteristics of high impact research. And as I said earlier, our editor-in-chief, our SAN, Professor Olawi, we need to be mindful of this when accepting papers for the journal. Novelty and innovation. Is this introducing new theories, new methods, or discoveries? This is extremely important, and I'll tell you why. The West, when I say the West, we're talking about the Europeans, the Americans, and the rest. Because of slavery, and slavery has been gone a long while, but the impact of that mentality is still, unfortunately, subsisting. We always believe that if you have an article and you do not cite people from the West, then it's not good. They believe that what is white is right. But I have thrown that myth, I throw that as a myth, and throw it into the dustbin. If you are my student as an undergraduate or postgraduate, master's, PhD, if you submit to me your draft project report, we have established in our Center of Excellence, and I want to pray that in Abuad, because we are going to see the effect in your ranking in a little while. I'm in this ranking business. I humbly want to say that in 2001, we started the ranking of Nigerian universities. And we were the first in the whole of Africa to do our ranking. And Times Higher Education and all the others came up after that. They came up after that. So, let me give you a scenario. Professor Adewi, let me give you a scenario. You have an article that is written by an Abuad scholar, like our Dean of Pharmacy. When she was introduced, everybody applauded. I'm also applauding you, madam. Now let's take an article that you have written, and then you cite somebody from Harvard or from Johns Hopkins or from all the other universities. Hey, when the editor sees it, when the editor in the West sees it, oh yeah, they will love it. But you are shooting yourself in the foot. I like all of you to listen to this one, because me I did for this ranking business, and I know the trick they are all using. They want you to keep citing them. The moment you cite somebody from outside abroad, then the citation of that person increases. And almost all the ranking schemes in the world, global ranking schemes, depend largely on citation. The World University Ranking, which I serve on their board, the global board, depends mainly 60% on citation. So the moment you now cite the person from that, then you end up having that university being better ranked than abroad. Editor, Vice Chancellor, and all of you here, what I'm asking you to do this 7th of April is that, yes, cite the others, but ensure that you cite people in your area, in the scholarship that you are pursuing in abroad, in Nigeria, and the rest of Africa. Do I have that promise, Vice Chancellor? Do I have that promise? Okay, thank you. Let me tell you what happens in my part of the scholarship world. So you submit your draft thesis to me. If I don't find, we have a rule. It has to be minimum 60%. Minimum 60% of scholars from Africa or from Nigeria or whatever. So if I don't see 60%, very clear, I just throw your draft thesis into the dustbin. Because when we meet, like in Manchester last year, towards the end of last year, met with our Vice Chancellor. We had the Times Higher Education Summit, where we released the 2025 ranking, World University Rankings. So when I sit on that board and I see the methodology, and I see that these are things that if I tell my people, the story will change. And so I'm taking that opportunity to let you know. So can you go back to that slide? Can you go back? Yeah, go. Let it roll down. No. My friend, you are going back. Yeah, this one. New theories, methods or discoveries, broad relevance, citations and influence, real-world applications, publication in top journals, funding and recognition. Let's go to the next one. So here, today, we are looking at promoting. How do you promote? That's what the editor-in-chief has said. How do you promote high impact research? For me, it's like putting the cart before the horse. The first thing we must do is, how do you conduct high impact research before promoting? How do you conduct them? So the conduct for me is you have to meet some methodological rigor. Your instrumentation, your procedure to conduct before promote, you have to identify a pressing or unresolved problem. The problem has to be pressing, very pressing. Collaborative across disciplines, using cutting-edge methodologies, engage with industry, government, stakeholders, and publish in open access. Like we have the diamond thing, that's great. Wonderful, congratulations. Next one. Let me give you 2 case studies. So this is a workshop, give you some case studies that you may find interesting, but may not. 4 years ago, our Chancellor and Daddy, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I decided to, you see, the fact that you are a professor, and shameful enough, when persons are promoted to the rank of professor, but then you don't finish, your research don't finish. Now to begin to enjoy with that. But unfortunately, or rather, the correct thing to do is that when you are now a full professor, that is when the work starts. I was sitting next to the Vice Chancellor here, and some people, two persons were introduced as newly appointed or promoted professors. I'm going to watch out for them. I'm going to watch out for, since you were promoted professor, please, since they were promoted for, I want the Chancellor, please track them. Let's send it, the Vice Chancellor. Track those professors in Abuad. And you, from my colleagues from Bamide Olomilua, let's track your librarians, let's track them. You'll be promoted professor. What you don't do since when you got promoted? What are your what other additions do you have to the to your CV by way of publication? I'm going to give you a statistic, which is, in my view, conservative, but I've not conducted the study. Over half of the full professors that you have in the Nigerian university system today, over half have not added much to literature. Over half. So, Vice Chancellor, what is the situation with regard to Afe Babalola University? Don't answer the question. Don't answer me, man. But I'm going to tell you that 100% all the professors here are doing very well. Is that true? I'm just conjecturing, but the moral of the story is that all of you, all the professors, you did for this place. Vice Chancellor, let's send it do a tracking system. At the end of every year, tell us how many additional publications you have in high impact journals and the rest of them. Yeah, can you go on to that slide again? Yeah. So I was talking about, no. I was talking about international research group. Go back. 4 years ago, Daddy Are, I got together like-minded professors from different African countries and from the UK. That when I say like-minded, those who still believe in doing research after being professor. I got quite a number. And then we decided to set up what we call the International Research Group. That research group, for that 4 years ago, we meet every Sunday at 6 o'clock. A member of the Apostolic Faith will finish our evening devotional service at 5, and then I go on by 6. No, but we'll start at 5, by 6 we're all done. So from 6 o'clock every Sunday, for an hour, we meet to do a couple of things. We meet to share the research that we have been doing over the last 1 week. We meet to agree on a research agenda that we can work on across nations. We meet to assess our postgraduate students on how well they have done and all that. And at the end, the last Sunday of every month, we bring in an expert. Or no, not an expert, we're all experts. We bring in somebody to share his or our research with us for about 20 minutes. So go on to the next one. So what do we have? Go to the next slide. Yesterday, we had our 172nd meeting. 172nd meeting yesterday. Why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this up to charge you, to encourage all of you professors, all of you scholars in Abuad. We're talking about high impact research, to strive to set up this kind of group. Vice Chancellor, ma'am, I'm leaving some charges with you. One, some requests. One is about tracking the Vice Chancellors. The other is about setting up. I would like to see the pharmacy group. Our Dean of Pharmacy, you are here. I'd like to see you set up an international research group. Not just ad hoc, where you just go, oh, I want to do this kind of research. This person is doing it. Okay, let me. No. Ours is broad. Ours brings in all STEM education, computer education, ICT education people together. And it's not one day you do it, the other day you don't. It is consistent. I'd be so delighted to hear from my Vice Chancellor and from my daddy and my Baba, Ray, that we have started something like this. Not just one for the university, but different strands of this kind of this kind of case study, this kind of model. The second one that the second case study is what we found to be extremely helpful over the years. When we started 4 years ago, all members of the International Research Group, we have them, by the way, from about 10 African countries, no, 12 African countries, Gambia, South Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Congo, Egypt, and all of that. And there's one person, there are two people from the UK. We say, hey, give us an article. Read an article a week. When I was in course now growing up, when I was in the secondary school, from class 1 in 1963 at Semarakis College, class 1. You got to go to the library, pick up a book, and read that book. And the following week, you got to summarize that book. What did I do? What did that do? That improved our language. That improved our horizon. Because we are reading really different books. And you are listening to other summaries. So, we established what is called read an article a week. Over the past 4 years. So we stopped at some point and then we got in some other group. And what do? On a Sunday, we send out an article. A 2025 article, in this case now, in our area of specialization, in top-rate journals. And say, you must read this, whether you be professor, whether you be undergraduate, whether you be whatever, so long as you are a member of our group, you have to read that article. And then on Friday, there's a test. Professors, you do the test. But my mom is laughing. Yeah, they do the test. And the test is usually 20 items covering the entire article. And then by Sunday, you got to now fill up a form, an online form, which tells us what are the things, your major takeaway in terms of the methodology that you have found there. So let me share with you, go to the next slide. Okay, this is the paper, this is paper 9. Because we started something about 2 months ago. About 2 months ago. So this is one, that's a paper 9. The test was on Friday, 5 o'clock. I just extracted this from the WhatsApp group. Next. So this is the result for the April 4 test that we did. We used to have them golden award, the gold, the silver, and the bronze. Any person who absents himself or herself without an excuse before the test is delisted. For instance, now we have Mohammed Hakim Sanko. He's a PhD student in PhD candidate, not a student now, in Sierra Leone. He was delisted because he didn't tell us. So look at the first one. The person who won gold here is an undergraduate, 2015 undergraduate. So you will, what this has done, you have PhD candidates, you have assistant professors, you have all of them from all over. Go to the next page. Go to the next page. Yeah, they're all over. I just tried to give you an extract of it to let you see that these two case studies, the International Research Group thing, and they read an article that we go to the next slide. Let me tell you what the impact has been. Go to the next slide. All the persons that participate in an International Research Group and that take part in read an article a week have been found to be the most productive scholars in their different institutions. And they have propelled their institutions to high ranking on global league tables. And it provides a model for mentorship and research capacity building. But let me tell you what this takes. This takes commitment. So it's not a matter of saying, yes, I want to do it. It takes commitment. So is this commitment that I'm asking my university, your university, to take on? You know, anytime I come here, after scanning the world, more or less, I come with some tips that I give to you. I'm giving you 2 tips now. I'm going to ask you, DVCs, VC, registrar, everybody here, please and please, please and please, try to adopt or adapt these 2 case studies I've mentioned to you. Set up the international research group. Do read an article a week. Professor Alawi, you are SAN, you teach law. So I know you do this, but what I'm saying here is not stochastic. It's not just random, just any time. No, it's planned. Please, I want to follow up with you. You need to tell me that from next week, all your students, not only your students, professors in the field, those who are doing postgraduates in law, send them an article to read every week, and give them a test on Friday and ask them to extract the key points, key strengths of as if they were reviewers of the article, put it in there. So it's only you I'm asking. If others will want to join, please do that. You will see how significant this is going to make to what you are doing. So what are the challenges? I've listed some here, which you know. Infrastructure's deficit, weak research culture, publishing challenges, brain drain, low recognition, and all that. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to be moving very quickly now. Weak collaborations between academia, capacity gaps, ethical and quality concerns. Yeah, I've given some details of some of these challenges, so we're going to go very fast now. Yes? Go ahead. Go ahead. Next one. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. We know all of this. Now let's stay here. Let's look at the strategies for addressing the challenges. Because I was given a title by the organizers. I was asked to look at high impact and all of that, the challenges, how they can be overcome, and the outlook for the future and all of that. So all of these things I'm saying here, they are not new to you. We all know that. In this our great country, it is not that we are short of all these ideas. So I'm telling you about increasing research funding, strengthening research capacity, to run workshops on data analysis and publication ethics. By the way, our Vice Chancellor, who is the Vice President of the National Association for AI Practitioners, who is also a member of the board of AAU, and a member of the management of the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education, knows that our next set of training, Module 11, now we're going to run Module 10, which is on cybersecurity, is going to be a workshop on data analysis and publication ethics. Many of our colleagues, either those that are professors and those that are not, need to be strengthened in data analysis. I need to be strengthened in publication ethics. So many of the challenges that I listed earlier can be addressed through such capacity building. Promoting open science, enhancing incentive structures, foster international linkages. Let's go on. Okay, future directions. Future directions you're also very familiar with, that interdisciplinary research. I'm going to tell you something that you do not know. I'm not going to say you may not know. You do not know. And that is the direction that the Times Higher Education World University Rankings is going to turn. it is still under wraps by that organization. But having been on their board, that's a decision we took. You see, if you have an article that is written by Olawuyi, Olarinde, and a few others from Abuad, you know it is collaborative. Yeah. That article, assume we score it, we will now make that plural pronoun by tertiary education. Assume we score it 10. And then you find another article by Olawuyi from Nigeria, somebody from the UK, somebody from Japan. That is going to attract 100 marks. So why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this to prepare early. It's not enough to say, yes, somebody from UI is partnering you, somebody from ABU is partnering you, and you have this thing, it should go up. That's collaboration. Yes, but not up to what is required from the 2026 ranking. For 2026 ranking, they'll be looking at cross-national collaboration. So, thank God I am here today. I'm not supposed to leak in quotes now the secret, but I'm letting you know because you are this is my university. As soon as this workshop is over, please devise a plan whereby there will be this cross-national partnership in research. So all the deans of faculties that we have here, write a memo to your staff that by next week they should bring to you a proposal on how they want to undertake international collaboration. We'll look at artificial intelligence. 2 modules ago, we ran a workshop on ABC of artificial intelligence. I'm happy to let you know that the father of artificial intelligence in the whole of Nigeria is here. No other than our daddy, Afe Babalola. When Baba writes an article, a piece on artificial intelligence, I then say to myself that when all these IT giants in the world, when they see him, they should just come and bow to him because he's just awesome. And that's why he's chair board of trustees of National Association for AI Practitioners. So AI is here. AI is here. And you use it for several things every day life. So future direction will be leveraging AI for data collection, analysis, and publication. Increase private sector involvement, policy alignment. Let's go on to the next one. Yeah, there are several international models that we can adapt. I've listed a few here. The slides will be made available because of time. So we have this Bayh-Dole Act of the USA and the adaptation. I have it there. Get on to the next one. Get on to the next one. The next one. So these are models that we can adopt or adapt. Next one. So what's the implementation roadmap for Nigeria? I've listed some here. There are 4 of them. And the slide, the PowerPoint file is available. I'm sure that Professor will make it available to all participants. Maybe put it on the website of the university so that people can use. Next one. So what's the impact on our board ranking? What's the impact on our board ranking? All this grammar we have said here today. What's the grammar now? The grammar is we're looking at high impact research for national development. We want to look at high impact research for the development, for the ranking of our board. I'm so excited to note that I belong to this university. I'm an alumnus, a proud alumnus of Afe Babalola University. and that is number 1 on the Times Higher Education on impact rankings. Number 1 on the impact rankings. I think the last or so convocation ceremony, or the last, this thing that we had, the last lecture that I gave here, I talked about the different ranking schemes that we have in the world. Times Higher Education, which came up after we had done it at the National Universities Commission in 2001, is one of them. It's actually one of the leading ranking schemes. The other is the QS ranking. The third is the academic ranking of world universities. There is also Webometrics ranking. Now let me talk about Times Higher Education rankings, where I serve on the board. That scheme has a number of strands. One strand is the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. What does it do? It has its own metrics. Metrics will mean what it measures, indicators that it measures. And after measuring you, getting the score for the different measures, it will then pull it in together, aggregate the scores, and when the scores are aggregated across the world, it will now rank you. When you hear that Harvard University is the best in the world, let me tell you what that means. There are, as I speak now, almost like 42,000, listen, 42,000 universities in the world, 42,000. All the 42,000 universities are not ranked. So when you say Harvard is number 1, listen carefully to this. When you say Harvard is number 1, it does not mean that Harvard is number 1 in that absolute sense. What happens is that this ranking thing is not obligatory. You can apply to be ranked. So let's take the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Only of the 40-something thousand, only 3,500 applied to be ranked. So nobody forces you, it's when you apply. So among this, among the 3,500 is when you now say this university is number 1. But the imagination is stretched beyond that to say in the world. But it's among those, if you are doing statistics, if you are doing statistics, if you are doing, so it's not to the larger population, it's just within that your sample. The second one in the family of the Times Higher Education is the impact rankings. And that, in my view, is more eminent, is more significant, is more respectable than the World University Rankings. What does the impact rankings, what do they mean? What do the impact rankings mean? We have the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them. So how well is a particular university, University of Ilorin, how well are you impacting the world on Sustainable Development Goal number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and so on? So when you are measured, so the indicators are those when you are measured, then you have your scores, and then the scores are ranked. Did you know? Of course you know, because you are applauded, that of all the universities, all of them in Nigeria and Africa, our university here, Afe Babalola University, are the matched number 1 in the Times Higher Education ranking. Hey, you will think that it's a fluke. Hey, first year, number 1. Second year, number 1. Third year, number 1. So what I'm saying here is that how can we sustain it? The other universities, Ilorin is not sleeping, Olomilua is not waiting, Elizabeth University, other universities here, they are not waiting. They are also, making efforts. So the next few things I'm going to say now, yes, as I close, yes, go on, is how you can strengthen and elevate your standing on the impact rankings. SDG 3. You can't be 100% in 17. So you just dig into those SDGs that you are really strong in. So I provided on this table SDG 3, what your strengths are, evidence to collect, SDG 4, SDG 9, SDG 17. Go to the next one. So let's take on SDG 3, health. I know you do this, but I'm asking you based on the inside knowledge where I know about the whole thing and about Abuad, Vice Chancellor ma'am, this slide is extremely important. I don't have time to go through them, but these are the things you must in the coming weeks because they're going to be calling up for data for application very soon. Next one. The other, that's the third. I talked about world university rankings. The second is impact rankings. The third, what tertiary education did some 3 years ago, it's okay, rather than just do global, let's be doing regional. So they have for Asian, they have for European, now they have for African. So you have sub-Saharan African rankings. Abuad has a very great chance to be looked at. Next one. So what are your quick wins? The immediate one for SDGs, we are strong in all the others. SDG 3, 4, 9, and 17. Submit for the next impact rankings. Next is one, we have to build our Scopus presence for world rankings eligibility. And within a year, God helping us, we must dominate sub-Saharan African rankings in teaching and employability. Next slide. So what's my vision for the Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy? I didn't know, Professor Olawi, you have to pardon me, when I said be the #1 in Nigeria in 2028 in terms of publisher impact articles, you are already there. So you got to keep being there, not to be overtaken. And by 2030, by God's grace, we have to be #1 in Africa. And that should be what you should be pursuing. Now, let's take on the last slide, last but one slide. By 2029, listen very carefully to this. This is very dear to my heart. My father, Afe Babalola, will be just 100 years young. By that time, look, he has suffered for this university. His money, his investment, in whatever is in this university. What do you have to give to him in return? What do you have to give it to him in return? My dear colleagues in Abuad, please and please, go back to that slide, go back to that slide, go back to that slide. No, the next one. Yes, no, you are going, go to that, no. Yes. A staff of Abuad, on his 100th birthday, we must be able to go to him by God's special grace to say that, sir, congratulations on your centenary anniversary. We're happy to let you know that Professor so-and-so has been nominated and is being progressed for a Nobel Prize in Physics. Congratulations. We are, you know why? Because the Nobel Prize will be announced in November, December. And Are will have been 100 before that time. So that's why I said we want to go to him to say, Baba, do you know that Professor has been nominated? Not nominated by any local person, nominated at the highest level for the prizes in medicine. God will make this to happen. Thank you very much again for inviting me, and we look forward to a very successful this thing. Thank you. So now there'll be, no, don't worry. There'll be question and answer. Please sit down. Let's take the question and answer now. If you have questions, I have questions for you too, though. If you have questions, just, no, don't worry. Relax. Say so. There needs to be some microphone that will go. Do we have? Yes, let the microphones go. Our Dean of Pharmacy, you have to ask a question. Professor Olawi, you got to ask a question. SAN. Registrar, you got to ask a question. University Librarian, one person from Ilorin, you have to ask a question. Bamide Olomilua, University of Science and Technology, you got to ask a question. Yes, go ahead. Introduce yourself again, and then let's have your question. That microphone is not working. Can somebody switch it on for you? And let your voice project. Tell us your name.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, sir. George Adeniyi, Chemical Engineering Department, University of Ilorin. I want to ask, you have talked about attaining the high impact ranking and publications. Even among Q1 journals, there are levels. Sometimes you are going to see novel ideas, but in most of the time you discover that the instrumentation has a way of dropping your journal from being accepted in Q1.
Your paper, not your journal.
Yes, drop your paper from being accepted or acceptable to Q1, drop down to Q2 and Q3. Now, how can we help ourselves within this country, just like you have proposed, that we need to be citing top scholars in our universities, top scholars in the country and in Africa? I'm still appreciating the fact that you have been managing and the same practice, that if anybody bring anything to you, check. Did you see anybody in Nigeria? Did you see in your university? Did you see in Africa? Now, you have proposed a continuous growth. How do we set this and achieve it so that we have Q1 in Nigeria? We have Q1 in many universities in Nigeria. What are the timelines? Then you also mentioned that more than 50% of professors in Nigeria, which is obvious, they are not contributing to literature. Once they have been called professors, how do we make policy in your gracious and graceful capacity so that the growth will be achieved in less than 10 years, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor George Adeniyi of University of Ilorin. Yes, let's take on Bamidele Olumilua University of Science and Technology. And then we'll go to Elizabeth University, and then I'll come over here to Professor Olawi, the registrar and university librarian. You go to ask, you go to, no, just wave to me, you go to ask me a question. Yes? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Kole Faloye.
Sorry, can you say it?
Dr. Kole Faloye. Faloye from Akure.
No, I don't want to know from Akure, my friend. We are university people here.
Okay, from Bamidele University of Education, Science and Technology. That's BOST. Yeah, during your presentation, I was captivated by something you mentioned about high impact research. So I want to ask a question, and it's a kind of way of getting confirmation from you. When we talk of institution-based research, and we also have the NRF, in my institution, we are trying to leverage on the number of researches that gets approval from TED Fund.
Hey, my friend, you have committed a big sin. Which kind of researches? I told you here, research.
I said research.
No, my friend. You have years now. You said researches. Don't let it happen. My friend, don't let it happen again.
I withdraw that.
Yeah, withdraw
So we have institution-based research in our university, and most times we apply for such research.
The man is repeating it. Good,
I said research.
I know. Go ahead.
I said research. I'm emphasizing this time, sir.
I know.
So in our university, we apply for that research, the IBR and the NRF. So on the list you gave us the other time, do we have our ranking based on the number of applications for such research, which is the IBR? Because some time ago in 2021, 2022, we had a low turnout of applicants. We had just 8, and the subsequent year we had 11. But the last intervention year we had 46. So I want to ask, with that number, as it increases, will it really help us in our university ranking? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Dr. Kola Faloye. Yes, Elizade. Oh, very wonderful. We gave it. Where is it? I want to let you.
2 questions.
Your name, madam.
Okay, sir. SC. ESSE. Okay. Okay, so number one, I know of a university where, because you were talking about collaboration, and where you need to cite yourselves with, you must have cited about 3 people. From that university. Now, in a situation whereby let's say majority of what you have are not really Q1, Q2 journals. Now, how would you?
We've done Ilorin, Bambi. Have we missed out any other institution here? None. So let's go over here. Have we missed out any other institution here? None. So let's go over here to hear Professor Lawi. SAN. And then I will respond.
Thank you, distinguished professor, for a very powerful lecture. Just the PowerPoint.
Yeah, of course, I know. You don't publish PowerPoints. You are talking to me now.
Exactly.
You are talking to Peter Okebukola. Says, I can't, yeah, it has to be the full paper.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got to have it.
We will be delighted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
Next,
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, our distinguished Prof. This lecture has actually been very, very, very impactful. You have said a lot on the process to attaining Nobel Prize by 2029. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, top 3 what?
Steps.
Oh, steps.
Top
okay.
3 steps.
Oh, no problem. I heard you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Our university librarian.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. On the bouts and to see how we could adopt them. The major one is about the research group, academic and research group. We will need you to assist us to get the current issues on how to get it started.
Your research is known all over the world as having some impact. The Nobel Prize winners all over there, they are aware. They keep reading. Let's take economics. People in economics will, when I say people now, I mean the high-level people who have won Nobel Prize. We keep reading economic journals and all of that and attending conferences. So, one thing that are found to be a major step is in your research. You know, I shared some scholars here, the research they are doing abroad, and so many others. The moment you start letting the world know about your research, not only in our journal, Ekiti State Television, NTA, Global, BBC, CNN, all over, begin to make the joyful noise. And then you attend conferences. So it's not a question of you're staying here and this thing. International conference, you go there, you make presentation. My friend, it's not a one-day thing, it's not a one-year thing. It's something that is sustained. So they'll be hearing of you. They'll be reading of you. The global community will be hearing of what you are doing. So what is done is that over time, they say, hey, this, unfortunately, there is no Nobel Prize in law. Say, oh, Professor Smaranda Olarinde, we've been hearing of her. We've been doing this. Okay, let's nominate her. Because, and when she's nominated, there'll be comments from everywhere. If you are if you are not known, there's no way it will move beyond just initial nomination. So to be known, as I've said it, you appear in major conferences, you are in you do op-ed, you do all manner of make joyful noise all over the place. That is a very important pathway. Like I said, there are 12, and you asked me for 3. The second one, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, is to have a Nobel Prize winning scientist, economics, and the others, as affiliated to your university. As I speak today, the only university that can move close to that, on that measure, on that step, is Covenant University. Let me tell you what Covenant University has done. It has attracted, I think, about 5 or 6 Nobel Prize winners to the university. When I say attract, there's a conference like this. You invite one, it's not easy. The calendar of the Nobel Prize winner is tight. If there's going to be, the way I'm seeing it, it's a medical school. It's our College of Health Sciences. Is it Health Sciences? We call it, what college? Medicine and Health Sciences. If I'm going to project, that is the college that is likely to be that's going to be at the forefront of our winning it. So where is the provost? Where you did? Stand up. Provost, where you did? Where is the provost? I saw him. Provost, I beg you. 2029 is our year. Is it not? It's our year. And I'll tell you how it's going to be. So that second step, Covenant University invited economics. They don't have a medical school. There are about 3 or 4 Nobel Prize winners. So they will come different times. So, and then when they come, let me tell you the interesting thing. When they come, so Professor so-and-so, we have this conference. Can you come, give us a keynote speech, and then can you please stay for about a week or 2 weeks to teach our students and be an adjunct to our staff. That one, you don't jump 1,000 places up several others. Look, I've stayed in not a few hotels in this world. One of the most ambient, clement is Abuad Inn. No, you are not clapping for Abuad Inn. Abuad Inn. So bring Nobel Prize, Mama Yeyare. You are doing very well there. In fact, I told them, say, look, that EIFL, they should prepare. I'll be leaving after this lecture. I told them, prepare, wonderful EIFL. And that day, I've actually sent for an extra truck. Because what did Baba do? Baba sent to me 1 million bags of rice this morning, 1 million fufu, 1 million gari, 1 million sebo. So I've sent Baba, I've sent for 5 trucks. I said, Dangote, send me trucks to take this food. So the Nobel Prize winners will stay here. Registrar, if they stay here to give a lecture, to now stay as members of the faculty, staff, and they meet with your students, do some experiments here, then that will be something. Hey, but let me tell you the thing. To bring a Nobel Prize here, because I'm the president of an Africa Regional Group that has a global group. It's called the Global University Network for Innovation. Every other year, we bring 25 Nobel Prize winners to our meeting. And we discuss with them. Say, oh, how you win this thing now? So my 25-point agenda is what I'm going to share with you based on my interview with all of these persons. So to invite one, the money will be small. For Covenant University to bring in one Nobel Prize winner is not less than 100 million naira. 100 million. To bring the person for about a week, maybe 2 weeks. So you got to be prepared to invest. And that investment will turn up several dividends. The moment that Nobel Prize person is here, word will go around. Listen, word will go around. Afe Babalola University, the multi-system hospital. Hey, if you go there, not be small thing. Is that Nobel Prize winner that will be your megaphone to tell everybody in the world? And then you put on your staff list, listen, you put on your staff list that this person is an adjunct professor. Finish. You want to be, so that's the second one. The third one, to get the Nobel Prize in, like I said, I'm narrowing down to medicine, is for there to be, we talk about high impact for the staff in our health, medicine and health sciences faculty to do some research that is groundbreaking. And we're lucky that we're in an environment where that can happen, where we can get some breakthroughs done. So that's registrar. I'll quickly go through to the others. The next, like I said, I'm coming up. Dr. Ese of Jsdlp University, publishing in Q&Q journals, payment for publications. Well, look, those journals don't just take you on if you don't accept your articles, if your research is wishy-washy. The way to go, man, is for staff of Jsdlp University to be, for their capacities to be strengthened in research, in publishing, so that they can conduct and write up better quality research that can fit into those journals. Now, payment for publication, I've always not been too keen on this payment thing. I've not been too keen. I've always advised that, yes, payment, because by the time you start paying for everybody, all the money is gone. But it should be left to the university to decide, leave it to Jsdlp University to decide on how this payment scheme will work for the open access journals. Dr. Kola Faloye of Bamidele Olumilua University, ranking based on application for research grants. Very good question, but I tell you something, that there is no ranking scheme anywhere in the world. None. Maybe it will happen tomorrow. that there's a metric, there's an indicator that says the number of research grants that you have applied for. None. The bulk, it's a pity this is not really about ranking. I would have shown you the metrics for all the global ranking schemes. But what may be related to this one is that if the application, like you said, this year, next year, it keeps going up, keeps going up, keeps going up, let it translate into quality research. Let it translate into quality publications. That way, you're going to have visibility. Last one is from Dr. Adeniyi of Ilorin. Instrumentation is a problem. How can we help ourselves? The only way, in my view, is to get better quality instruments. And you can see that that doesn't even make sense because you don't have the money to buy a particular equipment that goes for $2 million US. That's the budget of the entire university for maybe 40 years. So my suggestion is there's an instrument that you want to use in Canada. If the Canadian government can give you a visa to go there, you can then tell the person who has it, can I partner with you? Can I come use the equipment? And these people are very open. They allow you to come and then you can use the equipment. So you use equipment that are modern. And the moment in your paper, in the procedure, materials and methods, you indicate that the equipment that you use is from that place, finish. They will trust your data. Else, you are in Ilorin and you say you are using a particular equipment that the Ibuma has not even seen. They will know you have cooked the result. And of course, they just throw the thing back at you. You ask for timelines, policy for professorship, that's left to the Senate of every university. You see, sir, what I've found is that the leader should show by example. Leader, show by example. If as a vice chancellor, you yourself, after they have promoted you professor, you are not doing anything after that, nothing is going to, you are not going to, no policy will come out. But if you as the vice chancellor, you are the leader, and you are also publishing, supervising students, and expanding the frontier of knowledge in your area, you will be bold enough to now bring to Senate that, hey, from next year, any professor who doesn't do this, you all collectively agree on the sanction. You can't sack the person. You can't, so the little, but with collective decision to make that to happen. So thank you one and all. I am sure I've stretched you so much, but I tell you, I've enjoyed every minute of my stay here. Once again, I congratulate our students. I congratulate myself. I congratulate our chancellor, our founder, and our Yeyare, and I thank God for giving the world, 8-point-something billion people in the world today, for giving Afe Babalola to this world. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Prof. I am trying to be careful. I remember you were on this podium sometimes in 2021, where you cautioned me that we should avoid clapping when papers like this are delivered. I have not forgotten that this is not a social event. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you today, as always. So I want to thank you for making my job easy or easier. You've just told me how to introduce you subsequently. That I should simply introduce you as Omo Baba Afe Babalola. Will I be correct to call you Professor Peter Okebukola Afe Babalola then? God bless you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to our friend, brother, and alumnus, worthy alumnus. What is left is for us to go and put into practice those things we have learned from him. He cautioned me in 2021 that I should never attempt to want to summarize the presentation of anybody. By doing that, you are calling them names, which they are not. In fact, he specifically said you are calling them fools, which they are not. I will not summarize anything, sir. I still have that in me. But I'm going home with one thing, sir. You're reading an article a week. I may not read an article. I will read a book, no matter how thin. I'm going home with that. God bless you, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovations, Strategic Partnership, Professor Olawuyi, SAN, has spoken. The Vice Chancellor herself, Professor Olarinde, has spoken. The Registrar introduced and brought the keynote speaker to the podium. We have all drank and benefited copiously from the fountain of knowledge and experience of Professor Okebukola. We have listened to all manner of questions from our friends from other universities and the beautiful answers from Professor Okebukola. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the founder to respond to all of this. Shall we put our hand together for the founder, please? As I invite him to the podium. Studio, please, you know that song that Arel loves. Get it ready when he runs off with his comments. And that is appreciation. He loves that song so deeply well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you tired, my students? Good afternoon. I have not had enough. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you. Sit down. I know that this time you must be allowed to go and eat. I'm very short indeed. But I believe you have enjoyed yourselves. You have learned a lot. I have learned a lot. You listen to Professor Okebukola. You have the opportunity of meeting him personally. He's not an easy man to see. Today is in Nigeria. Tomorrow is in Ghana. The following day is in East Africa. So it's wanted everywhere. It's a man loved by those who give education. Now he told you that he's my son. I declare today that I have a new son. I hope Boyega is here. Boyega? Here? No? I want to introduce his brother to him. Anyway, that's by the way. If there is anybody who deserves honor or deserves some money me a favor, culminating in the establishment of ABWAD. Professor Afe Babalola is that person. The person that made me to be interested in education, to the extent of investing my money in education. In short, he is the father of ABWAD. As most of you know, I struggled all along. I became a lawyer. Yes, but I became a very popular one and a worthy one. It was not my wish. I wasn't thinking like that. That when I was old enough to retire from law, that I went up in education. No. On the contrary, my wish was that I would end up on my farm because I love farming. That was where I started. Then it happened that Obasanjo, the former president, who made a speech here, if you remember, that he made a mistake. And the mistake he made was to invite me to the University of Lagos when there was crisis there, to help them clear the place and clean the place. That was done. It was in that circumstance, 7 years of service to this country without taking a kobo, as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council for all Pro-Chancellors in the country, that I met this man. When I became the Pro-Chancellor, he came to my university. We never knew each other. But I saw him on that very high position, the chairman of NUC. And somehow, he saw what I was doing, actively too, as if the university was mine. And in my third or fourth year, he graded all the universities in Nigeria and came up with his announcement that Afe Babalola, Lagos University, where I was #1 best university in Nigeria. That inspired me. I worked harder. The following year, I won the award again. I had 1 year more to spend. And here I do, I contested the election to be president. He won and became the president. In his constitutional right, he served all councils, including university councils, because that was the way they do it. I only remained 1 year as the chairman of the council, of all councils in Nigeria then. Members came to me and asked me to sue the government. Why? Because they had wrongfully breached the law by asking us to go away when we had 1 year more. I would have won a case, but I told them, I said, look, all of you members, you earn salary for services. But I don't, because I was serving pro bono without taking a kobo. I'm serving you free, now can't sack me until my year of free service is completed. I said that nonsense, and no court will grant the order. If you are serving a man free, and the man says, I don't want you again, why should you ask the court to force him to employ you? If they do not appreciate me, good luck. That was how I left. And after leaving the university, came back to my practice. I kept on dreaming the problems of universities, which had cured the University of Lagos at least. And I found that in any event, I was not going to obtain degrees. My university, my education ended only primary 6. God had made it possible for me to study at home to be what I am. But there are still many Nigerians who are suffering, and there are many universities too who have failed to raise the standard of education in this country. Let me start a university with my own money. Sell my properties in Europe, everywhere, and in Nigeria. Establish a university which will be an example of how a university should be run. You can see that it was he who started. Finally, we established university, and as rightly told you, I should know too, we are today #1 by the grace of God in this country 3 times. And also in the world in 1 or 2 areas. I thank you for coming, sir. I thank you for introducing me to education. I thank you for helping me when I was in University of Lagos. I thank you for the love you have for me and the honor you gave to me. All those combined have given birth to your brother. You are my son. Yeah, and the brother you have brought to life is Abwad. Let all students clap for your brother. Well, because I want Abwad to be a unique university. I want Abwad to be different from other universities. Fortunately, today, we remain the only university in this country where all students reside on the campus. None of them. And the reason, among others, is that by doing so, we are able to train character as well. Your certificate is given because of good character and degree you got. But how many universities in this country today can say that they really train character? A university which has 80,000 students and has accommodation for only 10,000. Others live outside. How can that university claim that it's training the character of the students who leave the university at 2 o'clock, come back maybe on Friday, following Monday? But here we are able to monitor your character, your movement from your classroom to hostel and through hostel. And how many universities can boast that they have electricity for more than 6 hours? You enjoy full time on 24-hour electricity. Give yourself a round of applause. And everybody that comes here commend my students for their cleanliness and for respect to visitors. Somebody is discussing with yes, when I wanted to start this university, Professor Kebukola was the chairman of Nigerian University Commission. There were requirements which we must meet before approval was given to us. One of it was we must acquire the land. We must get the layout. The layout must be approved. We must put up a design of what the university was going to be. He insisted that we must put some buildings and structures and equipment there. He personally came here to see the equipment we had, and the Vice Chancellor will remember that we were the first university to have, what do you call it? Pardon? Well, on the permanent side, we had buildings already. We also had equipment in the classrooms. So, he said, this university is a model and reference point. It's on record. One of your achievements that you brought to life, right? Give him a round of applause for that. Professor Damilola, where is he? Professor Damilola, South. Well, I agree to your absence, and I thank you. I've called him a number of times. We were planning for Nobel Prize, but I never knew through my ignorance anyway. But there's one thing, rather than what I've taught us today, that I want to bring to your attention. I'm already in deep love for quality education, not just education. Poor education is worse than no education. You want quality and functional education. You are very consistent and you insisted on quality and things must be done the way it should be done. Before you approve this place, you came here, as I said earlier, to have land, survey the land, to put up buildings, which you came to inspect. Are you aware, sir, that there are, as of today, 50, I knew if you were the chairman of NUC, you would do something. That is affecting the quality of education in this country. Sir, I appeal to you. Do something about it. It's in my lecture, I will give you a copy. Please. With the names of the legal university. Secondly, sir, recently, 50 universities were approved. I'm not sure if any one of them had got a piece of land on which it was going to build the university before they were approved. If they even had land, I'm not sure it is. They have put buildings on the land as you asked us to do here. Why is the NUC not following the rules which you put down in establishing a university? Most federal universities have no electricity. Most of them have no classrooms sufficient for the large number of students they have. I've gone to one or two myself. I won't mention their name here now, where they had more students than that to take. They stay outside to listen to lectures. The few hostels they have are overcrowded. Majority of the students live outside. How do they train the character of this? The way you show your passion about quality education, you really want to come back home and see the damage that the federal government has done to education. Do not pay salaries. What do you want the teacher to do? To go and borrow money and collect money from students? How do they get money for capital development when you are earning about 5 months' salary? We have a lot to do. We are doing what the law requires us to do as we laid it down. And we want others to follow what we do. So it is no surprise that we have applicants to the university are more than we can ever take in every area. All the 36 states of Nigeria bring students here. We need more upward, that is quality in private universities to supplement that of the government. But is the government helping the private universities, those who are doing well? We have what we call TED Fund. TED Fund was established for the purpose of helping universities. Is it a sin to establish a university? We do more research than any other university in the country. We produce more drugs certified by NAFDA than any other university. And yet, the money given for such discoveries never come to our bar. They are discouraging private universities that are doing well. I do not say they should give money for them to establish university, but when we are talking about medicine, research which we come for, they should encourage us. It costs us millions and millions of hundreds of millions to establish only one drug. We have 4 now. TED Fund didn't give us the cover. We wrote a letter to that effect. Nobody bothers. They are discouraging people like me. It's as simple as that. We should therefore want universities to find people who think that universities are money making, which is wrong. Recently, they announced over 15 universities. This is the House of Rep. Is it the duty of the House of Rep to announce the founder of a university? The duty of Nigerian University Commission, after they had done all this they wanted, after they had done the research, the buildings are there, the teachers are there, the students are there. They even announce new universities and give them, and ask them to start medicine in the first year, engineering in the first year. When you were there, you told us, and you are here, that we cannot start medicine until 10th year. Cannot start law until 8th year or something like that. That was the order. But now You can start your own university, build it in the bush where there's no road, and start messing there. So it is nice you are brought here, and it's nice that I'm telling what the minds of people, he is sitting down here, thousands of us, what to think about education in this country. One quality education, you must start the way you asked us to start. That's why we are able to catch up. Even when we are only a few years old, and we are number one in many areas, including SD7 in the world. Thank you for coming. I love you. I will give you my own name later. Mommy, you are going to give me a name. Thank you. God bless you all.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. 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 Ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Ẹ̀dá ló ń gbàgbé. Olúwa kò gbàgbé lẹ́nìkan. Ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
The participants who are free to join in.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
Be free to dance.
Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́lẹ́ èmi yóò jẹ́ ọ̀gá Olúwa. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́lẹ́ èmi yóò jẹ́ ọ̀gá Olúwa. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the opening ceremony of this wonderful workshop. Hold on now. We'll go on a break, tea break, and at the end of the break, the participant will please go back to the registration point, register appropriately, and then you come back for the syndicate sessions. God bless you. No, it doesn't concern the student, please. The participant at the workshop, you go back to the registration point, register, collect all the necessary materials for the workshop, go for your tea break. Thereafter, you come back to the hall for the workshop proper. God bless you. Please, may we be upstanding so that we can usher our leaders out of the hall. Thank you. We want to excuse our leaders so that we can go into the technical session. Thank you very much, Founder. Our mother here, the leadership of the university, we appreciate you profoundly. And like I said, at the commencement of this workshop, it's going to be very, very impactful in the years ahead, even in the days ahead, in what we do right here in our university. We appreciate you. After the leadership must have exited the hall, our students can follow, then the participant can go for a tea break, after which the workshop proper will commence. God bless you. Give us some music, technical team, please. Light music.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Ẹ̀dá ló ń gbàgbé. Olúwa kò gbàgbé lẹ́nìkan. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́lá tèmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́lá tèmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
Hello, 2. Hello.
Hello?
Koni.
Editors.
Hello. All participants are supposed to be at the dining area now, after which you go for your registration.
there's no time for you, girl. You're the one I love and the one I trust. But time seems to be moving on to a love affair that was almost gone. And I'm so sorry, and I'm so hurt that our love affair didn't seem to work. You should have been me, and me should have been us together, baby. It should have been you, it should have been me, it should have been us together, baby. It's so funny how time has changed. The memories of a long lost flame, the feelings of love that we once knew. But something became undue. Now that you're here all by yourself and alone, no one to hold. We can't forget what we've been through. Oh, the love affair that we once knew. Oh, I don't mean that you've got to change, but baby, it's not the same. It should have been you, it should have been me, it should have been us together, baby. It should have been you, it should have been me, us together, baby. Now that you're here all by yourself
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can you finish the meal so that we can start in the next minutes? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Please, we expect you to be done in the next 5 minutes so that the session can commence immediately. Thank you very much. Three more minutes, please.
Together as one, not two, shine light.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in the next 1 minute, please. Tidy up and come and have your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session will commence in the next 1 minute, please. I will want to implore you guys to finish up on time and come and have your seats. The first session will be, the facilitator is Professor Damilola Olaoye, SAN, Editor-in-Chief, Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy. And he will be speaking on insights into practicalities of managing a Diamond OA journal, as well as challenges and successes in sustaining it. Is Professor Olaoye available now? I know. Are you ready, sir? Are you coming to the podium, or I should bring the mic to you? Okay. So just be on the standby, sir. In the next 1 minute, I'll yield the podium to you. Participants, please move forward so that we can start. A host of people are waiting online for us. Mr. KG. Mr. KG. Please, where's Mr. KG? Mr. KG. Please, can you ask them to move forward, please? Professor, I would like to call upon the representative of Professor Damilola in the person of Professor Adebayo Ogundipe, the Director of ICT, who will represent Professor Ogun, who will be representing Professor Damilola Olaoye. Can we all welcome him as he takes the podium, please? Thank you very much, sir. Please, can you move forward, please? The session has commenced. Thank you very much.
Let's quickly wait for the participants as they come to have their seats comfortably. The participants, we are expecting you here, please. Please quickly come forward and be comfortably seated. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we can start this session now. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. And we'll be furthering this workshop on Diamond Open Access Journal Management and Sustainability. During this particular session, I'm going to be speaking on managing Diamond Open Access Journal, the experience of Journal of Sustainable Development, Law, and Policy. Apparently, the facilitator of this particular session is supposed to be Professor Damilola Olawiyi, SAN, who is also the editor-in-chief of Jsdlp, and at the same time, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnership of Afe Babalola University. I'm going to stand on the existing protocol. Adebayo Ogundikwe is my name, a professor of Afe Babalola University. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. The learning objective for this particular session is as follows. One, we're going to be looking at insights into the practicalities of managing a Diamond Open Access Journal, the various challenges and successes in sustaining a Diamond Open Access publishing model. If you look at the screen, we have journal quality and Scopus indexing. And today, from the keynotes addressed by distinguished emeritus Professor Peter Akinshola Okebukola, who has taught us so very much on high impact research. And if you're going to be taking a case study from Journal of Sustainable Development, Law and Policy, which has been indexed in Scopus, then there is a need for us to quickly put what this particular Jsdlp into the right perspective, so that you can be able to automatically internalize what we are going to be discussing in this particular session. Next slide, please. The search for impact. We all have this understanding that impact has to do with talking about the effect of a thing, the influence, and what that thing can easily bring to table. And when you look at influence, influence can also be tailored around leadership. Because when you are making influence, it depends on the level of your impact in the life of others. And the same thing is also applicable to research development. Today, we are going to be looking at the search for impact. And I've automatically said, impact has to do with influence, and influence has to do with leadership. And by extension, leadership has to do with reputation. A good leader should have a good reputation. A bad leader will have a bad reputation. A good leader is going to be quickly being influenced by the people or the public or the society. And ditto to research. If we have a research that is going to make maximum impact, the fact remains that it has to be able to be indexed in Scopus, that is being used by all the world global rankings to be able to determine the reputation of the institution. And that is why today, there is no way by which you can talk about global ranking without talking about impact. And that's why we have high impact, peer-reviewed journals. Across all the ranking bodies, something is very, very significant. And why is that thing significant? It's because to be able to adjudge a particular institution as a highly reputable institution or a world-class institution is premised on the following. One, teaching and learning, which will culminate into quality research, which is the second criteria. And second criteria will also bring about good employability. That is, it's going to make the output of that particular institution to be more employable by virtue of the skills that are inherent or inculcated in them. Another area that is also very, very important is the output from research will automatically impact the society, thereby engaging the community in a way by which you can also add value. And that is typically what the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals is all about. And the other leg that can easily make a university to be, or an institution, a world-class university is in terms of staff mobility and student mobility, which is what we can refer to as exchange program and international collaboration. Because we cannot continue to work in silos, we need to be able to build bridges that can easily make us to be able to effectively impact the society. That is the essence of impact. And that is part of the search for this impact we are talking about. And just like I've rightly mentioned, all the various criteria needed for any institution to be adjudged or ranked a world-class global university, something is very, very important, which can easily be a bane to any institution becoming well-ranked, and that is the place of research. If you look at the screen and looking at all the various ranking, global ranking bodies, starting from the Times Higher Education ranking to QS and the ranking of academic rankings of world university, you will find out that the one that is going to bring about the best of the mark or the score is research. Look at it. For THE, we have research having a citation impact of 30%, reputation survey of 18% based on research outputs, research income of 6% based on the amount of grants that can easily attract to the institution, and you have been able to also make use of this grant to be able to impact the society.
And you're also looking at research productivity of the institution, which is also 6%. Included in the international outlook, we have what we refer to as the international students, which is another section. But by the time you sum up what we have on the research component together, we have almost 60%. And looking at the second part of this global ranking, which is QS, you will find out that under research, we have citation per faculty, which is 20%, and reputation there is also 40%. That's another 60%. If you fail 60% in any exam, you're automatically a failure. The third component, which is the Shanghai academic ranking of World University, you have the faculty Nobel of 20%, papers in Nature and Science 20%, highly cited researchers 20%, researchers 20%, and a paper in science citation and index 20%. That is 80%. So you'll be able to know the importance of high impact research in the reputation of any institution. And that is why the essence of this gathering today has become critically important. And there's no way by which a university can be a university of what standard without research. And one thing that we have learned today is that it's not just about research, it's about research that is going to make maximum impact. And how will it make maximum impact? Our founder, Afe Babalola, used to tell us that ideas rule the world, but only those who are able to translate ideas to reality, they are the ones that will automatically make the difference. So what is the difference are we going to be making in terms of our research outputs that is going to automatically culminate into maximum impact? Not just research that is going to be left on the shelves of our various offices, but the ones that can be able to solve the prevailing challenges that are bedeviling the society and also fulfilling the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So that is the search for impact that we're talking about. And that is one area that is of paramount importance. Next slide, please. In order to be able to really internalize this conversation, you will find out that the Times Higher Education World University Rankings criteria for inclusion, because I heard during the presentation that what are the things we need to do to be able to make our universities rank. In the last couple of years, we found out that so many universities were interested in being ranked. However, only few universities were ranked. So what are the things you need to know? What are the things you need to do? The Jsdlp did not just come to stay today. It's a journey that started so very many years ago. Why? Because of search for excellence, search for impact. And today, Harvard is able to be ranked based on these long years of search. Before your university can be ranked, your university must have minimum of 1,000 publications in Scopus Index platform that is powered by Elsevier. So if you don't have minimum of 1,000 publications, you cannot be ranked. Not only that, it's easier for us to be able to quickly work as an institution to be able to meet the baseline. It's another thing for us to be able to sustain it, because the ranking body will not want you to just sit down on your horse and just believe that, yes, you have arrived. That's just the baseline. So there's another proviso to that particular clause. The clause of, you can put it on the next slide, please. The clause of having minimum of 1,000 publications. And that is the fact that you must be publishing minimum of 150 papers in a year. Let's say they want to look at a 5-year window period, and in one of the years you have less than 150, your university is not going to be ranked. So which means every year you must have a minimum of 150 publications. And in having 150 publications, if you multiply 150 by 5-year window period, you also find out that it's not going to be up to 1,000. So which means you need to buckle up to be able to make more than 150 publications in a year. And that is what you need to critically look into before your university can be eligible for any form of ranking. And that is the way it cuts across all the ranking bodies. The period when the university used to engage in the webometrics ranking, we found out that 35% of the score for the webometric ranking actually rests on research in Scopus. So if you have 0, automatically you will be competing with every other university that are looking at 100 on a pedestal of 65%. And you know what that means. And that is the reason why many a time you find out that most of the Nigerian universities, they are not ranked amongst the first 1,000. But all thanks to the great founder of Afe Babalola University, who has been able to blaze the trail and serve as a pace setter to be able to ensure that all these measures are put in place to be able to have Nigerian University being ranked as 142 in the world amongst all the universities in the world. Why? Because this search for impact has been put as part of the goal that the university must typically reach and meet. Apart from having the Scopus index, the journals index in Scopus, one thing you also need to know is that you need to submit data. If you don't submit data, you will not be ranked. Even submitting data, even if you are not ranked, you can easily be reported as I've submitted the data. So that's very, very important for you to be able to know. And from there, you begin to grow. You'll be able to see some of the strategic ways by which you can be able to leapfrog your university from where it is today to where you want it to be. It's a vision. And the vision of the founder of this great university is that Habwa should be one of the first 100 universities in the world. And I know that that goal is going to be achieved. And if it can be achieved in Abuad, it can also be achieved in other institutions, if you pursue it in the same manner by which Abuad is typically pursuing it. The next studio, please. The next slide after this one. We're talking about Scopus. Let me just tell you, we have so very many platforms by which you can get connected to other researchers across the frontier. You have Google Scholar, you have ResearchGate, you have academia.edu, you have OCRID, different ways by which, LinkedIn, by which you can connect with researchers and professionals. However, if you don't have presence in Scopus, you have not done anything, because that is the base platform by which every ranking body wants to decide the reputation of an individual, which is the author, and also, by extension, the reputation of the institution. And Scopus, like we have seen, is the largest database that cuts across all disciplines: arts and humanities, law, social sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, engineering, business and management, among many others. But one thing that we find out here is that if you look at the statistics on the screen, you will find out that it's skewing towards the science-based discipline. Why? It's because most of the research methodologies that are being used today by some other disciplines, especially law, they are not quantitative in nature. So the methodology that can easily get your papers to be published and indexed in Scopus, having been peer reviewed, is for it to go through the quantitative methodology. But respite has come to educational system today on the platform of what is referred to as interdisciplinary research. I've been telling my colleagues so many years ago that if an engineer has decided to write a paper based on a particular research topic, and the engineer has not been able to also look into the direction of what the society perspective will be in that paper, it has lost societal impact. If the engineer has not considered the legal implications that are also inherent in making that paper to be able to also be accepted in the society in terms of ethical, among many other things, it may not also fly. So, we need to be able to break the silos that we are currently finding ourselves in and build the bridge of getting ourselves connected together collaboratively to be able to publish papers that are going to automatically go through the high impact peer-reviewed journals that will be hitherto indexed in Scopus. So, there's no complaint again that I'm in law, I cannot publish, and it's going to be indexed in Scopus. It's because you are only publishing maybe your law cases among many other things, which may not typically have so much of citations. But if you do that with an engineer or a medical scientist or a pharmacy, you definitely going to have some of these your publications being highly cited. And the field-weighted citation impact is what is going to automatically bring value to your institution when it comes to ranking. So these are some of the things you need to know. And when we saw that the amount of money that is being paid by the university on article processing fee is becoming humongous, the funder automatically, as a visionary, started looking inwards to see how we can mitigate this particular challenge. And that is what brought about the Journal of Sustainable Development, Law and Policy, which has been the baby of the Institute of Oil, Gas, Energy, Environment, and Sustainable Development, OGEES, which was founded by Afe Babalola, who is the founder of this university, and having Professor Damilola, who is supposed to present this paper, as the director. And this journey started some 10, 12 years ago. 2013 was when this journey started. It was not an easy task to be able to have a local journal be indexed in the global journal powered by Elsevier. And today, we are enjoying this particular opportunity based on hard work put together by the eminent personalities of this great institution. So, the next slide, please. Just like I've rightly said, this journal was typically next established in 2013 by the founder and chancellor of this university, and they started with having a curation of papers put together locally under OGEES, papers from faculty members and scholars of the universities, and it started like that the first edition will come out in June, and which is spring, and the second in October, which is fall. And from there, they started looking at how they can make it visible to the outside world, because any research without visibility is as good as a paper that is thrown into a recycle bin, and nobody is going to see any impact from it. So in order to be able to get impact, this journey began with ensuring that this journal is put on AJOL, that is the African Journal Online, with a very good digital online identifier. And from there, it's also being indexed in Google Scholar, then also being indexed in EBSCOhost that is powered by the United States of America. It didn't stop there. We have also the COPE, which is also a way by which you can also index the journal. All of these requirements are needed for this particular journal to be able to move from local to global. And that has been part of the process and the pathway that has ensured that this paper, this journal is able to move from just being Afe Babalola University to something that is going to be accessible across the frontier. Then we have the High Online, ditto to Directory of Open Access Journal. And from there, it was indexed in Scopus. Having indexed in Scopus, we didn't just stop there. to rest on our horse. We started looking at a way by which we can make it open so that the place of article processing cost is going to automatically be removed. And today, we have it as a diamond open access journal. And that's part of the things we are going to be celebrating today, how we can manage and sustain it. What is our scope? The next slide. What is our scope? To be able to make maximum impact, like I said, is not just for the paper to be on the shelf. It's for the paper to be able to make societal impact. And this impact is going to be seen, measured, tracked, and evaluated through the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, they were automatically put together on 3 pedestals: economic value, the social value, and the environment value. And if you look at almost all the 70 UN Sustainable Development Goals, you will see that you can easily find them under these 3 pedestals. 1, the economic value. The economic infrastructure is very, very key. And that is why you will find out that innovation will bring more economic value. The way and manner by which you manage the climate by reducing the carbon emission and greenhouse gases will automatically reduce use of papers, among many other things that can easily increase carbon emission, which means you can from there begin to deepen your economic base. The way when you have innovative products, it's going to be marketable beyond the shores of where you find yourself, and people will put a value on it, and that is part of the difference you're making, and that is the area of impact. And all of this will culminate to the university, individual, the state, country, and continent having a deepened economic base. And by so doing, the gross domestic product of the institution, the individual, the country, or the continent at large will also be increased. And that is the essence of the Sustainable Development Goal, economic profit. The second one is social. The social infrastructure is also very, very important, because if you have clean water, automatically people will enjoy good health. And health infrastructure will also, from there, be typically improved. When you have zero hunger, automatically the level of abject poverty is going to be typically reduced, because they said once food is removed from poverty, then poverty does not have any reason to be in existence. That is goal number 1 and 2. In moving forward, you also find out that when you have clean and affordable energy, automatically you begin to think about how to divert from the use of fossil fuel to the use of renewable energy. And that's why today, in most of our buildings, you find out that solar energy, among many other renewable energies, are automatically being put in place to be able to enhance the social impact. Right. Not only that, when it comes to transportation, there was a time Dangote was spending a lot of money on logistics by virtue of engaging in the use of fossil fuel to be able to haulage their, cement from Obajana to different parts of the country. And the research came out that, okay, why don't you leverage on other type of energy? They started with compressed natural gas, CNG, and they changed most of their vehicles to that type of energy. And they now started looking inwards how they can be able to look at the transportation problem, engaging in critical part on how to be able to reduce costs of haulage from one place to the other. All of these things will automatically, from social, also bring about better economic profits that Sustainable Development Goal is also all about. Not to waste much of our time, we understand the role of a public-private partnership, which is also very, very key to social infrastructure. In talking about the environment impacts, we all know today that the global warming is becoming so challenging. And that's why we have SDG number 13, climate change. And in climate change, they want every organization, every house, every state, every country, continent, to begin to think about how you can engage in green environments. Engaging in green environment is about going into afforestation, planting trees that can continually reduce global warming. And these are part of the things that are automatically shaping the global space. You can now see that all of these things are embedded under the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And these are part of the things that OGEES has been doing in terms of how we can have great minds coming together, brainstorming on research topic that can be able to make that maximum impact. And that one is just a direct connection to the search for impact. Next slide, please. Having said that, one thing I know is that where there is no structure, the system will automatically rupture because there will not be any form of orderliness. Harvard did not only start the Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy. Harvard was able to put in place a very robust structure that can be able to manage the output of the journal article from just being local to becoming global. If OGEES has not become global, there's a greater likelihood that most of us will not be here today having this conversation. But a structure has been put in place to be able to ensure that this Diamond Open Access Journal will be well managed and sustainable. And that's why on the screen you have the editorial board of the Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy. And you can see all the people that are part of that particular platform. And you also see that having a vision that the journal is not going to only remain local, there has been serious collaboration with the people from the East and West, from the international community, so as to be able to also have their thoughts put together to be able to make it something that we are celebrating today. And that's why we have all of this list. And to be able to let you know that data will not lie, that's why you have their email addresses here, which you can also send a mail to them to be able to verify the authentication of this particular paper. Next slide. So, a global journal, because as a librarian, as an editor, who will be sitting down to be able to see how to be able to go from local to global, there are certain minimum standards, the baseline, the benchmark that you need to know, so that you will not only be thinking about having OGEES Jsdlp being indexed in Scopus alone, so that you can be able to have the Agidigbo journal in Harvard indexed in Scopus, you can be able to have the one in sciences indexed in Scopus, you can be able to have the one in engineering indexed in Scopus, you can be able to have the one in OGEES indexed in Scopus, the one at University of Ilorin indexed in Scopus, the one at Foyer indexed in Scopus, the one at Elizade indexed in Scopus, and also the ones that are in some of the universities of our online participants indexed in Scopus. There are certain minimum standards. If you don't follow it, you won't get there. If you miss a step, there's a greater likelihood that you are not going to automatically be given that particular opportunity. And on the screen, we have the minimum standard. And you can also see something that is very, very unique, underlining factor there, minimum, which means this is just the minimum, the baseline, the benchmark. You also have every right to be able to Google to find more ways by which you can expedite this action and also add to the content that you have online. Of such, we have the journal has been compliant with the JPPS basic new title criteria for at least 2 years, which means it's not only about getting there, it's about following the principles and the necessary requirement to be able to stay there. That's the essence of sustainability. The journal publishes all original research. Let me tell you something. If your paper is not having that high level of originality, it's going to be sent back to you 1 million times. And it's not going to be peer reviewed by any individual. And one of the ways by which you can get this one done is to be able to subject your paper to a high level of plagiarism check. To be able to ensure that all the paraphrasing platforms are also used to be able to check whether you are actually engaging in presenting original paper. Why original paper? In research. The essence of research is for you to be able to deepen knowledge, to be able to significantly advance the knowledge frontier. And if you don't do that, you will just find out that your paper is only going to rest on your shelf and it's going to be thrown back to you many times. And one thing that I've seen in this part of the world over decades is that the fatigue will come in to the author. When your paper is sent the first time, it's rejected. Second time, it's rejected. Third time, it's rejected. And it continues in that format. You will lose interest. And there's nobody that can be able to bring you out of that bay if care is not taken. And don't forget the aphorism. In academics or in the academia, it's either you publish to get promoted or you don't publish and perish to stay on the same pedestal. So, we have the journal has a clearly stated aim, focus, and scope. And you have seen that the scope of Jsdlp is on 3 pedestals: the economic, the social, and the environment. And that is the foundation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The masthead about the journal information includes 1, your journal title. There's a benchmark or best practice for the numbers of words a journal title should be. So you need to put that one into serious cognizance. The ISSN number, registered internationally, is also very important. The copyright statement, the name of the publisher institution, among many other things. The licensing statement is also very important to be put there. The detail of editor and editorial board. And that's why if you don't have any editorial board, or you have one that is just local, it's not going to automatically make your journal to go international or to go global. Then you have accurate publishing frequency, which is clearly stated. If you don't submit your paper for publication at a particular specified time, once the due date has been lapsed, there's a greater likelihood that that journal, that paper is not going to be accepted. So you need to put that one into cognizance. And then you need to understand the accurate publishing frequency. And just like you have seen with Jsdlp, that is our case study, it's always done June, which is the spring, and October, which is fall. So you need to internalize that and note that, so that when you are submitting your papers to Jsdlp, that is Diamond Open Access, then you need to know that it can only be accepted during those periods. The next slide, as I begin to conclude in just 1 or 2 minutes. This journal has an established publishing track record of at least 2 years. And I can boldly tell you, since 2023, October, that Jsdlp has been indexed in Scopus. We have started seeing very good output. I can tell you because in this university, just like the distinguished emeritus professor rightly mentioned, that how do you track, measure, or evaluate research output? We do this one on an annual basis. In some few days' time, the founder will be here to be able to present awards to the scholars of this university that have engaged in very good scholarly output in Scopus for the year 2024 edition. So we have a way by which we need to continually keep track and measure whether we are doing well in terms of research. I can tell you, looking chronologically between 2006 and 2024, we found out that Habwa just started, and because of our focus and consistency, as of now, in 2023, we are marked the best researcher among all the private universities in Nigeria, ditto to 2024. And I can also tell you that at the pace at which we are moving, we are still going to achieve the same feat this year. So we measure, we evaluate, we put in place very robust interdisciplinary policy that can easily be able to drive the research output of the university. And that is why we can be able to track for 2 years what has been the output on Jsdlp. The journal publishes at least 1 issue per year or at least 5 articles per year. Publishes issues on time according to the stated publishing frequency. And the journal provides clear and comprehensive instructions to authors. It's something that is going to automatically bring about very good clarity. This is what we want. Not just that you get a mail from the publishing company that your paper has been rejected, and they will not be able to tell you the real reason why it has been rejected. But when it comes to Jsdlp, you'll be able to find the clear-cut reasons of why it has been sent back to you, so that I can be able to correct and track all those areas and come up with a very clean document. And an explanation of the types of manuscript that a journal will consider is going to be put there. The detailed style guide. There are so very many platforms that you know that you can easily use for referencing. It depends on the type of reference that is required for you to be able to submit that paper for it to be published. So you need to pay cognizance to that also. A functional and frequently shared contact email address. And that's why you need a very good person. If you are collaborating to be able to publish a paper, the corresponding author should be someone who checks mails almost every day, because once the time lapses, you will not be able to have that paper submitted. And all articles related to the focus and scopus of the journal is going to automatically be accepted. And you also have what we have on the screen. The last slide, please. Studio, the last slide. So the next steps on electronic information for librarian project. The timeline is between October 2024 and September 2025. Let me tell you something. We are in April 2025. So which means there is a need for you to quickly deep dive into how you can also make the most of this opportunity, this window period, for you to be able to publish your papers. And the activities includes recruit and train a full-time editorial assistant, which is what is ongoing, to implement the latest version of the open journal system, and launch a series of workshops, which is also part of what we're doing. Next. So, you have seen how the Journal of Sustainable Development, Law and Policy has been able to start from just a single idea from the founder with a good concept note, passed across to the Director of Oil, Gas, Energy, Environment, and Sustainable Development, Professor Damilola Olawiyi, who has been able to take it from that particular point to stardom. And today, we are all here to celebrate the success of this journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gundipe, for that wonderful presentation. I don't think we should waste any time but to proceed. Permit me to call upon Dr. Idowu Iwari to read the citation of Dr. Irina Kushner before she makes her own presentation. Her presentation will be made online.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished professors, and participants of this great workshop. We want to proceed as we take the citation of our next speaker, and that is in person of Irina Kushman, who will be speaking to us virtually. I believe she's online media. Now, Irina Kushman has been managing the Electronic Information for Libraries Open Access Program, that is the Highfield OA, since 2008, working in collaboration with libraries and library consortia in more than 50 countries in Africa, Asia, and Europe. Irina advocates for open access to research results, and she facilitates the development and implementation of open science policies and infrastructures. She provides support and training in this regard. Irina sits on the board of COA. COA stands for the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, the Global Sustainability Coalition for Open Science Service, COSS, and also on the board of the Networked Digital Library of Theses and Dissertations, LDLTD, among several other things she does. She's worked very much on the African continent and has supported the evolution and growth of open science practices on the continent. I present today's great audience, Dr. Irina Kushman, as she takes a session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll quickly yield the podium to the distinguished Dr. Irina Kushner as she speaks on ethical practices, indexing, and diamond open access. Thank you very much. You may take the floor. Audio, please. Hello. Is there anything that can be done to restore her voice? Prof.
And that's the case where we can
hope she can hear when you ask the question. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Irina, for the insightful presentation. Okay. Yeah, we appreciate it. So my question would be, I hope you can hear me, Irina. All right, I hope you can hear me. So if you can hear me, the question or comment will be on the models for Diamond Open Access funding. You know, funding is very important and key for sustainability. And it is one of the things we'll also be looking at tomorrow in the other presentations we'll be having, you know, for the attendees to really discuss ways that we can practically, you know, harness funding for Diamond Open Access, since it's not charging any fee. So, but you just spoke about voluntary author contribution, which is something that I'm coming across for the first time. So I want to ask if this is allowed, or which other form of contributions or donations can Diamond Open Access journals, you know, solicit for on their platform to be able to have funding for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go to her? Okay, no, let her answer first. Or do we take all the questions at a go before? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Well done. My question is basically, okay, I am Dr. Obashuyi from Bamidele Olumilua University of Education, Science and Technology, Kerekiti. I am about to ask the question regarding DOE, Dynamic Open Access, Diamond Open Access. Is it an institution like Elsevier, Web of Science? Do they have journals under them that we can seek to publish? Because if you say DOE in this instance, meaning that we have access to maybe a particular journal. If DOE is a journal on its own, we just want to know, so that we can go home to tell our lecturers that there is a particular website where our articles could be published and be visible. That's my question. Thank you.
Dr. Krishna, I think you can take both questions. I hope you heard them clearly. ICT, please. Mr. Wari, I don't think she had. I don't think she had both questions or something.
Thank you. Now I speak again. So unfortunately, I only heard the last question because sound was breaking, so I can answer the last one. And if there was another one, maybe you'll repeat it for me. Diamond Open Access is a model of publishing a journal without charging any fees. And you've mentioned Elsevier. Elsevier publishes Diamond Open Access journals that don't charge any fees, and Elsevier also publishes journals that charge article processing charges. So it really depends on the journal editorial team to decide which model they use. Web of Science is an indexing service. So again, in the Web of Science, you can find Diamond Open Access journals, and you can also find journals that charge a fee. Finding a publication venue is really a tricky question, and what I would recommend is directory of open access journals. It was mentioned already in today's talks. So this is how this directory of open access journals looks like. And for example, if I'm looking for a journal that publishes on renewable energies and climate change, for example, then I can click search, and looks like they don't have any. Maybe sustainable development would be, maybe it was too specific. For example, I was looking for journals in sustainable development, and I found 180 indexed journals. For example, if I'm only interested in journals that don't charge fees, I can click without fees, and then I have less results. I can also refine discipline. Languages, for example, if I'm only interested in English language, then there are 95 journals, and I can, if I am only interested in journals from I don't know which country, Nigeria, for example, then here we can see Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy. So just an example how researchers could search for journals that would be relevant for publishing their research. Thank you for typing. First question, how to access funding for Diamond Open Access.
Dr. Sir, hello, sir.
I showed you some examples of revenue streams for Diamond Open Access journals. We in EIFL, you heard that we already supported Journal of Sustainable Development Law and Policy, together with 16 other African journals. And sometime this month, we will be issuing a new call for funding, and we will provide funding for journals that have been Diamond Open Access journals for the past 2 years, published at least 5 articles a year in the past 2 years, and we can provide funding up to $20,000 US for 1 year of activities. So when my slides will be shared, or maybe I can share them again, and you can make a copy, take a picture of my email address. So if you want to receive that announcement when we publish call for funding, you see my email, irina.kuchma@eifl.net. Send me an email and I'll notify you when our next call for funding is published. If you also want to be a part of African community of Diamond Open Access journals, send me an email and I'll include you. Because we have a mailing list, we meet online monthly, and we discuss different topics from funding to quality. So it could be a good space for you to connect with your peers. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Because of constraint of time, we'll move immediately into the next practical workshop so that we can wind up on time and now go for our lunch break. So we'll be inviting Mr. Iwari to once again introduce Dr. Ehosa Egwato. They both will be presenting the paper. You said? I should go ahead. Yeah, so both of them will be presenting a paper for this session entitled Journal Management Workflow, Discussion of Challenges and Innovative Approaches. Who is leading first, yourself or Dr.? Okay, he's presenting online, right? So ICT, please, can we have Dr. Ehosa Egwato? Thank you very much. Are you following me? ICT, can you see him? So when he's done, we'll come to you to take the concluding part. Okay. But I don't think they can pick him up. Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody gets it? Also, journal, Scopus journal, the African Tabani paper. KGC, African lower on page. Okay. Because Scopus Bajumans Motini local.
Hello. Okay, let me just continue with the presentation. Please, media, you can put up my slides. Media, you can display my slides. All right, good afternoon. Once again, distinguished scholars, librarians, and all the participants of this workshop. We appreciate your coming. This is day one. We'll be concluding very soon. And the hands-on will be tomorrow. So we want all of us to be on ground tomorrow for the hands-on training sessions, at a smaller venue that is not here. Details will be told to us later before the end of this, before we go for lunch. All right. So I want to appreciate the presence of the University Librarian of Afe Babalola University, my own boss, in person of Dr. Mrs. Roslyn Subia. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you, ma. Thank you. And also Professor Isaac Busayo, the University Librarian of Oye, Federal University, Oye Ekiti. I think he's somewhere within the hall. Let's also appreciate him. While we also recognize the presence of the acting University Librarian of Jsdlp University, Dr. Afe, and every professor and the distinguished librarian in this hall. So I'll be speaking on journals in scholarly communication today. It's going to be theoretical and historical in nature, all right? So, and I will also be touching down on the open journal system. I will introduce it today, and by tomorrow, we will dig deep into the practical session on open journal systems. All right. So, and also tell you about the experience of our university using this journal management system. So let's move on. Next slide, please. All right. I want to tell us something you are very much familiar with, which is the basics of journal and scholarly communication. Scholarly communication, of course, is a system. And to respond to the question once raised by the doctor from Boeste on Diamond Open Access, it is a model, like Karina mentioned, it's a model of publishing. I hope we get that. And that is what we are trying to push in this conference. It's a model. Any journal can adopt that model, okay, to run their journal publishing practices, all right? So scholarly communication is a system also through which research and scholarly writings are curated, evaluated for quality, and that's where peer review comes in, and disseminated, to the scholarly community and preserved for future use. It involves curation, publication, dissemination, and discovery of academic research, okay, primarily in peer-reviewed journals and books, and that is according to academic and research libraries. So when you are talking about an academic journal or a scholarly journal, you are talking about a peer-reviewed publication that contains, original research articles written by experts in that particular field or discipline. So we have the workflow or the scholarly communication life cycle there, from data collection, research analysis of, data to authoring, preparing the manuscript, to sending it out for publication. And of course, if it is accepted, it is disseminated through journals, and they're also stored, archived and preserved for, our posterity. And going through historical perspective of journals, we'll see that the very first journal, is the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, in the UK, founded on March 11, 1665, by the then Secretary of the Royal Society by the name Henry Hodenberg. He set the pace for journal publication. And up until a very later time, it was privately managed, by this man, Hodenberg, and later the ownership was transferred to the Royal Society, in UK. And editorially, it was controlled by its committee of paper. The society has a committee of paper, just like we have our learning societies today. For library, we have the Nigerian Library Association, and for so many other, learned, disciplines, we have learning societies for them. And some of these societies have their own journals too. So until peer review, the Committee of Publication of the Royal Society, they were the one that were assessing abstracts to determine the acceptance or a rejection of papers. What we have as peer review today did not start, with the onset of journal publication, but much until later. But what they did then was they will send in abstracts of their findings, and the committee of papers will assess it. If it is okay, they will accept it. Can't you see it was really very much easier back in the days? And, I want to run down some important dates on the scholarly publishing timeline. Please, next slides. In 1323, the oldest learned society on record was established in France, in Toulouse, by the name Compagnie du Gaz Cavour. And in 1660, the Royal Society of London was established, and by 1665, they started their first journal. And of course, the same year, the Journal Discover of France, also of Paris, also started publication. There is always a conflict between which one is the first. Is it the Journal Discover or the Philosophical Transaction of the Royal Society of London? But journal publishing started in 1665. That cannot be debated. So, next slide. In 1731, Medical Essays and Observations happened to be the first fully peer-reviewed journal that uses the kind of the peer-review model we use today. And it was launched by the Royal Society of Edinburgh. 1743, the American Philosophical Society, the first scholarly society in what is now the United States of America as a country, was created. And in 1848, the American Association for the Advancement of Science was founded. And the popular journal, Nature, which is the biggest journal in the world today, was established in 1869 with its first EU published that year. And Science, another very highly respected journal, published its first EU in 1880. And by 1947, Elsevier, the owner of Scopus, the owner of Skyver, the owner of so many publishing infrastructure, started operation in Netherlands. And in 1990, Postmodern Culture, a journal, became the first online-only journal. There were no print version of this journal available anywhere. And in 1991, the popular preprint server, Archive, was also launched. And in 2003, the Public Library of Science, a mega journal, was founded. And in 2006, the same Public Library of Science opened its mega journal, which in 2013 published 31,500 articles, being a mega journal, publishing across diverse fields, of knowledge. And in 2010, the idea of altmetrics, came into the fore, whereby apart from citation, we can use other things to measure the impact of research, all right? And in 2012, several innovative and relatively new journals, including F1000 Research, Piaget, eLife, they were launched. These are also mega journals with their unique publishing practices, all right? The journals experimented with new forms of peer review. Some of them are employed open peer review, okay, whereby you disclose the reviewers' details to the author, and the authors also know, the reviewers also know the author of the papers, unlike the double blind that we'll be doing before this time. And still on the journal, which is a 17th century idea, it serves for important functions in the research life cycle or scholarly communication. One of it is registration. What do you mean by that? Attribution, time-stamping authors, okay, and their contribution to establish precedence. When you publish in a journal and the article is accepted, what is being done is that you are registering that finding, that body of knowledge that you are the first to get here. Somebody once said that we are pushing the frontier of knowledge, but somebody must first open the frontier of knowledge. So when you get published, what you have done is you have registered what? A new research, a new finding. And the other function of journal is certification. And it achieves that through what? Peer review, which is what we call stamp of approval, okay? That is the idea of peer review. If your work is not accepted by your peers, then it will not be published. The other function of journal is dissemination. Of course, once it is approved, published, then people can have access to it. Journal also functions to preserve a scholarly memory and act as permanent archive, for later reuse of journals. Now, bringing it down home to Africa, next slide. All right, we want to look at how is African research performing, in the scholarly communication landscape. You can see Africa there, that narrow green, or is it green? Yeah, thing on the map. That is how big the output of research from the African continent is. You can see it compared to Europe, the purple bubble, and Asia, and of course on the left, America and South America. You can see Africa is doing very, very poorly. Look at even Australia, it matches the size of the actual Australian map, by the way of what they are producing, as scholarship. So Africa generates less than 1% of the world's total research as of 2018. This may have changed, by now, but the last time we checked, it was still around 2% of what the rest of the world is producing as a scholarship. And what are the causes? Most of it self-inflicted. There is lack of sustainable local journals, which some of you can attest to. And of course, we have external factors such as high rejection rate, by international journals, okay, according to Mohai. And of course, even with our own experiences, there is an article we have been sending around for the past 1 month or 2 months. It has been rejected by like 4 or 5 journals, and we'll keep sending it around, because we are targeting high impact, journal. So we have this EU to deal with. The other thing is the invisible nature of our research, in Africa, because most of our journals are largely in print. Only of recent that we are, moving to the digital environment, just like why we are gathering here and what we are doing. If Jsdlp is not digital, it's not online, there is no way we can be doing what we are doing today, because nobody will say it. It would have been hidden, invisible. Then the other factor is high cost of publication. And of course, that in Africa, researchers are not well supported. There are no funds, no grants for research, as compared to our colleagues in other climes. So all of these account for the 1% of global scholarship produced in Africa. Some of the common thoughts we've heard about African research in the scholarly communication sector are these, two things. According to Collier, citing Ndawaya 2005, so there has been limited independent scholarly publishing in Africa, given that much of its research output has been the result of foreign aid and foreign agencies with their own agenda and publication, and distribution facilities. So EU pays the piper, does what? Dictates the tone, okay? So that really is affecting our scholarship in Africa. The second reason, according to INASP and AJOL, is that locally generated research, okay, and the knowledge is key to addressing local issues in a contextually relevant way. That is, perfect. But the EU is, thousands of our journals are published, published in this part of the world. Many are not widely known, even in their countries where they are being published. Many journals are in UI, University of Ibadan. Many journals are in Fuoye. How many of them are known to researchers in Abuad, okay? Because of their invisible nature. So these are some of the issues that we'll deal with. And to address some of these issues, the idea of internationalization, sprung up. You could attest to it, scholars, that during assessment in our various universities, they tell us you need to have international publications. Is that not correct? So, and we begin to pursue journals, that are offshore. And because they are always scored highly. When they score local journals 1 point, they score international journals, more points, So the vague pursuit of international or offshore publication also is a very terrible thing affecting African scholarship. I call it the devil ear and the deep blue sea there, the idea of internalization. And what is the reason for this? One, there is the baptism of obligation. You are obliged to publish internationally to be able to get, high scores in assessment. And secondly, there is this, the ubiquitination or continuity of colonialism, neo-colonialism. We still have that mentality here in Africa, not celebrating our own. If you compare the continents, of the world, Latin America, they are doing fantastically very well when it comes to journal publication. In fact, they are setting pace for the rest of the world, even for the developed country, block of the world, the global north. Latin America, most of their journals, they are diamond open access, and they have very robust infrastructure for indexing that even the other part of the world are trying to learn from them now. So, Africa should also do the same. jettisoning the idea of, neo-colonialism and embracing what is ours. Like I was saying, the baptism of obligation asks you that, publish abroad is an important thing for you to do as an author. And the other thing is you should publish the publish or perish syndrome, And today, we have a case of even publishing and you still perish if you don't publish in certain, places like, publishing in Scopus. Then we have high mortality rates of African journals and all of that. So I've spoken about the high rejection rates of our manuscripts from Africa, the financial constraint, the systemic bias against our studies, Many of these reviewers don't really understand what we are dealing with in Africa. There are papers you will send out and they will tell you this is not their focus now. Your paper is good, they give you thumb up, but this is not their focus now. Why? Because they have gone far and beyond. But these are still salient issues for us in Africa, and this affects acceptance of our publications or of our articles. Then the turnaround time for peer review in top quality journals, it could take, years. Look at this example I screenshot, I put on the screen. Jimmy Spyro Sentengo, is the author of this paper, is on pages 283 to 301. It was received on August 9, 2018, accepted on June 2, 2020, published online September 29, 2020. How many years? 2 solid years, okay? So this also affects, us in Africa. So internationalization and the order of misconception, somebody said the prayer to publish in international journals and relatively undeveloped nation of Africa, nation of research culture in Africa have meant many African academics are falling victim to the rise of predatory journals. We cannot overtalk about predatory journals. And that is why open access movement is being reconsidered to look at what model can we really use to pursue open access if open access must really be a gain. And we have 2 popular models. I will talk about them tomorrow. We have the gold open access and we have the diamond open access. But today we are celebrating diamond open access. And what are the consequences of this? We have the prevalence of predatory or deceptive publishing, okay, or big notion of internationalization. There was a time I look at a journal, somewhere in Hawaii, in the U.S., one of the colonies of U.S., somewhere, and the journal, all the authors of a particular EU, they are mostly Nigerians, Africans. And I was like, what are we doing here? What is our scholarship doing here, And Highland, far away, Hawaii. So, because people are looking for every means to publish internationally. So, and this vague notion has led us into, being trapped in the predatory, publishing practice, and which has amounted to the idea of publishing and perishing. But thank God for emphasis on things like Scopus, these days. Now, there has to be a renegotiation. Please, next slide. Renegotiation of the Skolcom compass. Before it was north dominating, and with a flow to south. But what we are proposing, or which I did propose in 2019, is that there has to be an active engagement of African scholars, Nigerian scholars in particular, the global south, among ourselves. Let there be a serious engagement, use our own facilities, use our own resources, use our own publishing infrastructures, and push, using technology to push scholarship to the rest of the world, especially the global north. So when you are still talking about international journal publishing, I tell you that international is local, okay? And local is what? Is also international. It is a matter of where you stand to view it. If, if we happen to be on a planet called Mercury, this afternoon, and something is happening on Earth, all of us in Mercury will say the Earth is what? Space, isn't it? But we are on Earth. We call Mercury, Mars, and all of those, bodies. What do we call them? Space. So it is a matter of where you stand to look at it. So if you are in Nigeria, like Jsdlp today, has become international. But where is it? It's in Nigeria. So for somebody in Cameroon, in Ghana, is doing what? International. Somebody in the UK is doing international with our own journal. So when we use technology, we can redefine what our idea of internationalization. So ICT should normally level the opportunities for everybody, and that is what we are bringing to you in this conference. It is not a rocket science. Next slide, or next two slides. Next one, okay, good. So we may never win the war. I'm quoting a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria against a system that renders our achievements invisible to Western science, but we can make a difference by making use of technologies, resources and avenues open to us. And there are so many of them. So like I often say, internet is the ideal democracy. Anybody can sit down in any part of the world and create something if you have the technical know-how. And because of this, I want to introduce us, next slide, to some of the free and open source journal management software that we can use to manage our journals, okay, in Nigeria. This is a list of them, but you can see that I highlighted a particular one in red, which is the Open Journal System. It is from the Public Knowledge Project in Canada, so the Open Journal System, next slide. All right, thank you. Is an open source journal management system. When we say open source, the source code is open. If you have the technical know-how, you can maneuver and use it for your own, journal publishing endeavor. Developed by the PKP and Simon Fraser University in Canada. It is being funded up to now by the government of Canada to expand and improve access to research, and they were doing this as a public good. And that is the idea of research in the beginning, okay? And the latest version of this OGEES is 3.4 now, and released in 2023. But, there are more recent versions, which my colleague will be telling us about tomorrow. The Public Knowledge Project, they also have infrastructure for other aspects of publishing, including books. They have the OMP, that is the Open Monograph Press. And for preprint, they have the Open Preprint Systems, for this kind of thing. Now, the experience in ABWAD, okay? What is our experience like in ABWAD? Trying to change the narrative, trying to renegotiate the scholarly communication compass in our country, and of course, for the benefit of the rest of Africa, in scholarly research publication. What we did is the library, did the groundwork, for this particular approach and to revolutionize and transform journal publication in ABWAD. Before this time, some journals in ABWAD were having online presence, but they were not using the right tools, okay, to do that until the library, came in through the university librarian, okay, that established the scholarly communications unit of the library, and from there, the groundwork for this revolution started. And I said, orchestrated by the College of Sciences. I don't know if anybody from that college is in the hall this afternoon. No. College of Sciences were also trying to do online journal, and they wanted to do it the right way. And the first thing they did was to come to the library, the university librarian, and that they have this idea. They want to, have their journal present online and targeting indexing in a couple of years. And that is why the librarian, told them what has been put on ground and all of that. So they established the platform, they funded it, and from there, the ICT Directorate backboned it by giving us robust ICT infrastructure, okay? Cloud server. We got a cloud server, so that the journals can be available 24/7. And we're also able to procure DOI service through Crossref, to be able, for our journal to be of top quality and to be indexed in respectable indexing platform across the world. And other colleges and departments within the university began to embrace, the approach with the success we have achieved with the College of Sciences journal. And the university management has been very, very supportive with financing, paying for DOI, paying for the cloud service and some other infrastructure that we have been using. That is a link to all of ABWAD journals, journals.abwad.org. abwad.edu.ng. You have a list of everything that we operate in ABWAD on that particular site. That's the homepage for it. And this is the back end of one of our journals, the ABWAD International Journal of Natural and Applied Sciences. We will be going into this back end tomorrow to navigate the workflow, from authors to editors to reviewers, the feedback loops and all of those things. We'll be exploring this hands-on by God's grace tomorrow. Somebody will be coming to put us, through with that. Now, there are other use cases of the open journal system at mega level. When I say mega level, at continental level, the African Journals Online runs on the framework of the open journal system, the Agile, that we talk about as an interesting platform today. And Agile has over 600 journals on a single installation of OGEES. So what we are saying is that OGEES is multi-tenant. You can run 1,000 journals on it with a single installation if you can maintain the infrastructure. Then other JOL projects like Vietnam Journals Online, Philippines Journals Online, FIJOL, Bangla JOL, CAMJOL, Central American Journals Online, all of these, NEPJOL, they've also at a mega level deployed the open journal, system. So tomorrow, with this fellow coming from Ajayi Crowther, we'll be doing hands-on session, diving deep into the back end of our open journal system. Any question for me before I step down? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My question is just that I want to ask whether what you have delivered you are going to give us online, whether you are going to send it to us, because there are certain information delivered that there's no how we can capture it unless you send it to us. Thank you very much.
The question is, he wants to know whether you will give slides after the, okay, I think that
Thank you. I am Dr. Owoye from EXU. I'm a librarian. I want to really commend the ABWAD for great work the institution is doing. The first speaker, the Professor Afe Babalola, actually spoke my mind, because it's like we African, we are seeing there is this issue of neocolonialism, and the better we realize that, it will be better for us. Because myself, there are a lot of papers in a bid to publish in international journals, all those journals. In fact, many of my publications I've lost in transit. And I sat down, because I believe that for us, one of the challenges Nigeria is having is that using a Western model to solve African problem cannot take us anywhere. And looking at the theory of Africology, you understand that development started from Africa. The Western, the civilization started from Africa, Egypt. So the better we realize that and promote African content, the best for us. So having experienced some of my papers lost at the international level, and I sat back, I was thinking publishing in African countries. I sent a paper to Ghana, I think in 2022. Up till now, they have not published that paper. So what I'm just trying to tell us is that, although I published in this Agile too, I published one paper there, which was one of the Scopus Indus journals. So what I'm trying to tell us is that, tell this audience, the better we promote Africa content, and even one of the errors we are making is that we want to promote single authorship, especially where I came from. We want to promote single authorship. And globally, you are talking about collaboration. So that when you collaborate, different view, different idea makes the work to be very robust. So those are the challenges we have. But with this view, with your presentation, in fact, we are in the same page. So if African content is allowed, because most of these places want to publish, they are not attuned with our own situation at all. We have our own peculiarity. If our content, and it can be better done at the level of Third Fund and AUC, they should give us a platform where African scholars can publish their work and project us to the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the next speaker, I think the university librarian is curious to know if we have in-house journal editors that are on seats. Like, if, okay, you're one, way again here is an editor of an in-house journal here. You are making two. You have a question? Okay. No, the university librarian is curious to know if we have in-house journal editors on seats. I think from Abwad. Yeah, but what's the question?
Thank you, Prof. Yes, please. Okay. My name is Dr. Jsdlp. I'm from Boesti. My question is on the OGEES. And while you're presenting, I saw on one of your slides that OGEES is free. But my findings, and as a result of working as an editorial board member of one of the university journals, I discovered that to even host a journal on OGEES, you have to pay. And you don't only pay in Nairas, we also have to pay in dollars. Now, the issue now is that looking at, we want to make our journals as free as possible for those of us from this part of the world to be able to publish, to make known our work out there. And we have to pay for hosting probably a domain. Just the cheapest you can have is the domain that costs about 480 euro per annum. And you want to make it free. How do we raise such money to make sure that we have these domains floating constantly on this OGEES? So I think if it is free, then it is still not 100% free. So how do we assess these free platforms that we can have our journals and they are running concurrently and people can access it all over the world? Thank you, sir.
Dr. Olubumi Kendedada from Boesti too. Mine is not a question, but an observation. And I think I want us to reach conclusion here. Now, I observed that, though you said it in one of your slides that in our different schools, what we do now is to promote Western journal by placing on us that we must bring, what do we call it? We call it offshore journals for you to be promoted. And now we discover we are killing our local journals gradually. Now, if that is the case, and we don't really want it to exist, I think this workshop have to have a communique that we need to pass to the committee of vice chancellors and even tell the media, so that we just want to conclude that there is a need for us to promote our local journals and not promote the Western journal, because I believe they are not better than us. Even reading their articles, you discover that they are mates and their colleagues that are not better than us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Prof, you have a question? Okay.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ademola Aziz, Professor of Political Science. I don't have a question, but I have an observation. It's actually in line with what my colleague just mentioned here now. And I'm going to be more political. There was once you were talking about taking back the flow of communication from the global north down, then coming from the global south to the north. And I have a problem with our perception. Anything white is superior to black. When there's superiority problem, how do we get to understand ourselves? How do we get to appreciate ourselves? At what point are we going to divorce ourselves from that neo-colonialism that my brother mentioned over there? And the second thing also is that any opportunity for us to relay our data to the Western world, because it has to go there before they are published, are we not opening ourselves up? Any secrets, because we study war, conflicts, peace. Anything we do, we cannot even keep any secret again. We have to send it to them for them to assess. In the course of assessment, they are still looking for more information. They are sending it back. Had this, put this, until we are actually open. So in line with what my sister just said now, is there not going to be as a result of this workshop, can we just come out with a communique? Because if you are looking at promotion, if anybody is going to get promoted in Abuad, I'm sorry to mention Abuad, I'm from Abuad, you have to publish in Scopus, you have to have Scopus publication. And from the beginning, from the gate to where I'm standing, I think it is only this one that is registered now on Scopus. And I can tell you we have over 100 journals in this university. In my own college, I can tell you we have over 20 in my college. And yet, only one journal is in Scopus for the entire university. So if you are going to publish, that means we have to be looking for pounds, sterling, look for dollars, and people will not get to get promoted. I'm talking from the political angle to it. Maybe this workshop will be an eye-opener to whoever is going to read it, so that we can put it across to them. Why do we need to depend on these whites because of neocolonialism?
Thank you very much, sir. So I think there are people online who may want to ask questions. Let's go online, then we'll come back.
All right, please, yes, the online.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oyedemi Olu.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the microphone.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Dr. Oyedemi from University of Elisha, from Computer Science Department. I also want to appreciate the organizer of this event. In fact, it has been very insightful and eye-opening. Now, my concerns are in line with the last speaker and other comments. Because when we emphasize international journals, obviously we have killed our own local journals, because there is no point in putting your paper in a journal that will give you very low rating when you put in for promotion evaluation. Now, my concern is what makes those journals superior and acceptable to our own? Then what can we do to bring up our own journal to the acceptable status of those international journals? Like now, I have submitted a paper in one international journal, specifically September 23, year 2023. Every time I monitor the status, it is still under review, up till today that I'm speaking. So if we continue to put our papers there like that, obviously we cannot meet up with promotion timeline. So please, our very senior professors, emeritus in academic, please, what can you help us to do to bring up the standard of our own local journals to enviable status of those international publications? Then the single authorship. Well, with my little experience, I can rarely find an international publication with a single author. I have not come across it with my own very little experience in academics. But in our environment, we emphasize single author, single author. So I don't know, how can we just suppose this? Because there are some research, obviously, cannot be done alone. You have to pull people together. You look at this area, you do data analysis, you do this aspect, and you bring the ideas together. So how can we balance this in our Nigerian assessment of paper. So those two concerns,
Thank you
I
very
want to submit it for. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your participation and for the brilliant questions. We'll attend to it shortly. Can we take the last two so that we can go on to Dr. Ekato? All right, can we have the last two questions or comments?
Dr. George Adeniyi from University of Ilorin. My own point of contribution or maybe question is this. We have talked about giving priority to our local development, and that is fine. And the question is, how do we make it sustainable? How many of us in the past 5 years that have embarked on 5 researches have gotten 4 out of those 5 research funded? Now, let's say you have gotten 100% of your research funded. How many of such outputs are translated to economy? Now, companies that are springing up in Nigeria, how many of them have consulted you for the spin-off? So if we don't put all of these things in places, we will start and we will not be able to continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Bankole Falwe. I'm here again. It just related to what you said, sir. I was thinking in the same way I was thinking, but I think my approach is going to be quite different. We are talking of the triple helix, that model. We attended a conference in Abuja, and the same question arose that all our outputs, research outputs, how many of them have been translated to commercialization? How many of our research outputs has contributed to the tripod of research, which is the university, the community, and the industry? So we need to look into those areas, and I think the underlying factor there is funding from our universities, from research institutes, and so on. The second leg is this. We have what we call the Eagle Scan. The Eagle Scan is a project from our university chancellors, and it's succeeding. We are trying to veer away from the international scene, Turnitin. Turnitin is quite okay, but I think we should come back home and develop our own tool, which Eagle Scan equally try to do. In the same way, I think we can try as much as possible to Africanize our research. I had an experience. I submitted a paper to Scopus through somewhere. It was rejected. I couldn't eat for about 3 weeks. Rejected, I was dejected. Now I submitted it again about 6 months with my colleague from South Africa, Johannesburg, and he became the lead author, and I became the co-author. It was accepted. It was accepted. I don't want to go too deep. So we have our friends in UK, in University of in Dundee in Scotland. It happened to me again. I swear that they rejected it outright. 4 months after, I called my friend in again. It was accepted. So we have so many politics going on. I want to assume that we have so many dejected researchers in Nigeria. We are hardworking. I and my friend here, we went through a database. We discovered that there's a journal in the UK where we have more than one, okay, it's you, Dr. Bashiri. We have over 130 Nigerians published, and they are successful. We did the research together. Many of us are building other research communities while we are here sweating, and at the end of the day, our research outputs will be garden dust somewhere. It's not fair. So I believe this workshop can work towards addressing some of those issues. Thank you.
Please, this will be the last question from this side of the aisle.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a comment to house the word I've been saying. My name is Professor J.O. Dada from Lagos State University of Science and Technology. I want to support the second but the last speaker about our local journals. Actually, we are killing ourselves. Our Nigerian factor is affecting everything. Okay? So, if we have to move forward, we academics, we have to put our hearts together. We should not allow the Nigerian factor to affect us. Okay? So if we want our local journal to be recognized, we have to put our hearts together and make it to work. Right? I've seen cases where some professors will gather themselves together and start a journal with motives just to promote themselves. And after they have been promoted, that is the end of that journal. How do you explain that? How do you leverage on that? So we have a long way to go to help ourselves. We have to sit down and put our hearts together because there's a bill, there are local content that should reflect in our academic what we do. Okay, in some universities, if you don't publish offshore, we are going nowhere. So people will prefer even to pay. Okay, so this is we are killing ourselves. So I just want to say that we have to put our hearts together so that we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. But as I returned the mic, I was speaking with Professor Aziz, and he said, is it possible for these industries to come to the universities to hire research when they have research officers with them, hired, well paid? And that accounts for why some of our researchers are gathering dust within the universities, because already the people who are doing R&D are in the industries. Perhaps you may think about that. Sir, please.
Yeah, sure. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contributions and questions. It shows that we are really into this. I really appreciate all of these wonderful comments. Luckily, many of them were comments, and the administrator is listening. If you can have a communique or a summary, or output from this particular workshop, that would be very, very useful. The idea of free, okay? Can you hear me? All right, free, that OGEES is free, it is open source, okay? There is another OGEES, Open Journal System, that is a hosting platform. So that one is a separate company or organization on its own that charges for hosting. But if you can provide the hosting infrastructure by yourself, okay, the OGEES is actually free. But if you cannot do that, then you pay people who have the technical know-how to be able to get it, done. And that is what many journals have done, okay? Of course, I agree with you. There are cost factors, into journal publishing. And that is why tomorrow, okay, we'll have a very elaborate discussion on sustainability of Diamond Open Access. Irina spoke about some funding models. If you look at our slide 21, we will share it with you. You will see some of these funding models for Diamond to make everything go open. She spoke about it, but tomorrow we'll expand on that and look at what can work for us locally, okay, to really sustain Diamond Open Access. If you look at Jsdlp, the founder of this university has been the one backrolling the journal, okay, the institute that hosts the journal, and of course the journal. So who will do it for your school? Who will do it for other schools? But let's sit around tomorrow and critically access the funding models for Diamond Open Access. Somebody spoke about superiority, neocolonialism. It is real. Your experience, Doc, is a recurrent experience that, yes, you write an article, you send it out, rejected, you send it to somebody in the West, putting his name as the corresponding author, and the same article is accepted. It is recurrent, it is very bad for research, but it keeps happening. I was in South Africa in December in Diamond Open Access Conference. Somebody, a professor, shared the same experience. She is in South Africa. She wrote the same paper, rejected, sent to somebody in the UK, and it was accepted without not removing anything to the same journal. The same journal rejected it. So these things happen. It is unfair, and it has to be addressed. Superiority of international journal. We are the one who is making international journal superior. research assessment has to be addressed by our university administrators. Okay, that in that same conference, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, spoke about this, that yes, we are all here from around the world speaking about diamond open access and all of this, but he said that each university has its own objective, what they are pursuing. Like Abu, they are pursuing Scopus. I don't know what your school is pursuing, and I know many other schools also they are pursuing Scopus. So we have to look at research assessment as a whole to really be able to embrace diamond open access. And these are ongoing issues at the national and international frontiers. Then single authorship also boils down to the issue of research assessment re-evaluation. We have to re-evaluate it, rejig it. Let us do something that works for everybody. I think with this, we can continue tomorrow to talk about some of these issues. By God's grace, we'll get there. But let's get started with what we are doing. Research is for public good, and communication of research will also be for what? For public good. Thank you very much. Dr. Erabo Ekato, I think you should have the floor now. Yeah. Well, we can't hear him. Media, please. Those of us online can hear you, but the room, we can't hear you yet. Media, let us hear Dr. Ekato. Please, can you speak again? Not yet. All right, they will unravel it. Just hold on, please. Media, please, let's get Dr. Erato Audio into the room.
Hello?
Okay, yeah. Please, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Egusa Ekato. I'm an associate professor of international environmental law at the University of Derby. I'm also a visiting professor of law at Pennsylvania Daosa University in Nigeria. And I'm the deputy editor-in-chief of the Journal of Sustainable Development, Law and Policy, which Professor Lau is the chief editor-in-chief. So before I start regarding what needs to be done, I'll just try and answer some of the questions and some of my experiences. So I've been a member of the journal for a long time. I've published, the first publication I did with our journal was in 2013, and I've been part of the editorial team for the past 3 or so years from now. So I can speak as an insider. I can speak as someone who's an academic based in the UK who does research on Nigeria and UK law, and also I also do a lot of research on Nigeria in Nigerian journals as well. I've published in Nigerian journals. I've published extensively in foreign journals as well. So for me, I think the first thing, I'm going to answer some of the questions I can remember. I think the first thing that comes up for me is that when some people are trying to publish for journals, some of us don't look at the remit of the journal. We don't look at what the journal is actually looking for. For example, if the journal is a journal focused on intellectual property law, for example, why are you sending something on criminal law without you connecting to intellectual property law? So at the Journal of Sustainable Development Policy, we engage in desktop rejection. So one of the things I look at, and Professor Lawi looks at most times, I'm the one doing most of the rejection at that stage, is that some people will just send an article to the journal. This is not a scholar. It doesn't adhere to a scholar. It's more than the word count, and it's not connected to the remit of the journal itself. So in a way, I think the first thing, let's understand what the journal is saying, and let us submit articles in alignment with the expectation of the journal. And also, as somebody who's doing a lot of research on Nigeria and who's very conversant in Nigerian laws, Nigerian sort of development, sometimes we receive papers that are very, very descriptive. They are like, there's nothing new in the paper, there's no significance, they're still looking at the old laws without. So sometimes we receive a paper on, let's say, petroleum industry, Nigeria petroleum industry, and the person is still talking about the Petroleum Act of 69, which is no longer the law of the country. We have a Petroleum Industry Act that was enacted in 2021. So how would you accept such a paper? You send a paper, there's no, theories are not very, very important in law, but there's no critical analysis, there are no theories, the methodology is not obvious, it's very, very descriptive, there's no analysis, you just send a paper, you just describe what the law says. There's no engagement with other works of academic commentary. Yes, sometimes, yes, the journal's editor might be slow, etc., but sometimes the quality of the work being sent is also a major issue. I think there needs to be more training about how to write and what to write. I'll just make an example here. This is not related to our journal. I've done a review for an article for a journal before, and all the references in that article were manufactured by Jsdlp. And this was a law publication, it was a law submission, and the person was referring to laws that do not exist, was referring to journals that do not exist, was referring to case law that don't exist. So now, if, for example, I didn't do the review properly, and that paper was accepted by that journal and gets published, what happens to the reputation of that journal? Sometimes a lot of stuff also happens when, that's why it takes time for review processes as well. Then in terms of collaboration, I'm a fan of collaboration, right? But what I don't tend to understand from the Nigerian perspective is that, especially people writing from a law perspective, why do you need to have 7, 8 people in one publication? And paper is 5,000 words, 6,000 words. So my question is, what is the contribution of each contributor to that paper? And if you do such a paper, and if you're going for promotion in a UK university, they'll tend to say, why do you have 9, 8 people for a 5,000 word paper? So sometimes we outsource our writing in terms of we just get younger academics to come in, they just write. No, if you're going to write a paper, it's good to collaborate, but at what detriment? Is it to the detriment of the younger academic, or is it because you're a senior academic, you just want that junior academic to do the work and just publish? So that's one thing personally I'm not a fan of, people just using 8, 9 sort of authors. And also there's this move about Scopus. It has to be indexed. It has to be published in Scopus journal. I have more than, I think if you go on my Google Scholar, I think I have more than 70, 60 papers. I've published more than 15 journal articles in Nigerian journals. So I'm very, so I don't publish because of Scopus. I publish in Scopus journals, but you need to publish for different purposes in mind, not necessarily for promotion. There are some paper okay, now, if I have an idea now, like I want to just publish a paper, I can just write a 5,000 paper, look for the appropriate journal, and publish. It doesn't have to be in a Scopus journal. And most of my most cited publications are journals that are papers published in journals, just ordinary journals, no Scopus index journals. So in the quest to be published on Scopus journals, in the quest to be Scopus index, academics are losing sight of what publication is about. Publication is not just about getting promotion, it's about getting impact. It's about people reading your work and influencing the judiciary, influencing the real world. So, but we lose that when we overemphasize the move to be only Scopus journals. It's good to publish Scopus journal, but Scopus journals are not the only peer-reviewed or reputable journals in the world. So this idea that many Nigerian universities that you have to publish in Scopus journals only, but you have to publish a certain number of papers at a certain time, it puts unnecessary pressure on academics. So that's so. Then in terms of funding as well, a lot for me, there's a lot of funding bodies in the UK, for example. So if I'm looking for collaborators as funders, can I access your publication online? Can I access your resume online? Okay, if your university does not have a website, for example, or your department does not have a website, are you on ResearchGate? Are you on SSRON? Are you on academia.edu? Are you on LinkedIn? Are you visible online? So sometimes for us who live in the UK, who wants to collaborate with our Nigerian brothers and sisters, it's difficult to find them out. It's difficult. I just collaborated with somebody on the paper on indigenous laws of Benin. The colleague is at Benson Industrial University. I saw his profile on the departmental website of that university. I saw his CV. I saw that he was doing something similar to my research area. I contacted him and we had a conversation. But it's so difficult sometimes to get access to Nigerian authors. Sometimes you send emails to Nigerian authors in their university emails. There are no responses. So I think that is a major issue. When you publish in a Nigerian journal, which is not accessible online, who's going to read that paper? Who reads that paper? So if you publish in a journal that is not accessible online, what you need to do, you need to put the PDF of that paper, put it online, put it on ResearchGate, put it on academia.edu, put it on SSRO, so that you as a scholar, you are accessible. People can contact you for collaboration. Because I've tried to contact different universities, different scholars for possible collaborations. I never get response until like a month later, 2 months later. So for academics, you need to respond to our emails as well. So I think collaboration is very, very good, but not to the detriment of the younger scholars. We have to be fair to the younger scholars. Then, in terms of reliance on foreign journals, it's good to publish in both foreign and local journals. So the question is, if you are publishing, there are more than 1,000 or 10,000 journals available that you can publish in as well. So if your paper is not accepted by a specific journal, it could be that the editor doesn't want to accept the paper. It could be that maybe somebody has got a similar paper at that point. There could be reasons for it. You can send the paper to another journal as well. So rejection is not the end. Rejection does not mean that your work does not have value. It just means that at that point in time, that journal believes, or the editor believes that that paper is not appropriate. So if they give you feedback, do the corrections, send to another journal. And also, there are a lot of African journals as well. If you go to the directory of African journals online, you can see loads and loads of African journals that you can publish as well. There are loads of reputable South African journals, Ethiopian journals, there are various journals all over the world. We need to avoid predatory journals. There are some Scopus journals that are predatory as well. And there are some journals that take the name of reputable journals and just pass off as that journal. You pay to publish, which is not good. So to me, yeah, I don't, in terms of saying that, there's a question that somebody asked that if you are publishing and they are reviewing our work, are we not saying ourselves for ETC? We can publish different reasons for different journals. And also, if you publish in a journal that is not accessible, that is not read, so what is the value of your research? So I just felt I should just mention some of these issues before I start to do my presentation today. Any question for me before I move on? So in terms of what makes what do you, if you're going to send a paper to our journal, what do we look out for? What are our expectations? The first thing that we look out for is originality. Contribution to knowledge. Originality does not actually mean you are doing something new. It could mean that you are doing something in addition to what people have done before. It could be that you are extending what is existing. So the first thing is for us to, before you send the paper, you can send that paper to a friend, to a colleague, to review that paper for you to have a look. So most of the papers that a lot of foreign scholars publish is not the first draft they send out to the journal. What they do, they can send that paper to their colleague, or in some schools in the UK, they actually have a reading team, what they call a ref reading group. They give you feedback on your draft. Then when you basically impute your feedback, you now send that to the journal for possible publication. So before you submit a paper to any journal, especially our journal, Journal of Sustainable Law and Policy, ensure that that journal is just proofread. You have actually thoroughly proofread the journal. It's not full of typos, it's not full of typographical errors, it's not full of grammatical errors, and you've not misinterpreted the law or the framework. So you need to get someone else to actually read your work for you and give you feedback. So don't just do the first draft of a paper and submit that first draft. That first draft, more often than not, might not be the sort of the best possible sort of version of that paper. So, and also, when you're also writing as well, are you critical? Are you accepting what people, what are the sources that you are using in your work? You're writing something on, let's say, petroleum industry, post-2021 Nigeria, and you are still using materials that are not directly relevant. You're not relying on recent publications, recent materials, recent sort of developments in that area. There are some people, as I said before, who are researching on the Nigerian oil and gas industry, and they are still focused primarily on the pre-2021 governance architecture. A lot of things have changed since 2021. So what are your views on that? What have scholars said on that? And also, if you're researching right to environment in Nigeria, for example, so many people do not actually engage the case of 2018 Center for Air Pollution and NMPC, which talks about our right to environment can be justiciable and enforceable in Nigeria on the basis of the African Charter, Section 33 of the Nigerian Constitution, and the Oil Pipelines Act, for example. So if you're still saying that right to environment is not justiciable, yes, that may be a good argument to make, but what are your views on the recent cases? What are your views on the Nigerian Supreme Court decision in Center for Air Pollution case? So if you send a paper like that on right to environment and you are very descriptive, without recent developments being analyzed, we are not going to give you, you're not going to get published in the journal. And also, what we try to do is that when the paper comes to us, if it doesn't have text rejection, we look for the most sort of appropriate, relevant scholars in that field. So if you're doing something on, let's say, right to environment, we try and get the leading experts in that area to give you feedback. So when they give you feedback, it's a blind review process. They don't know who's writing, and the feedback they give to you, we are not part of the sort of telling them what to do, how to do it. So when you get feedback from us, you be rest assured that the feedback is actually relevant and useful in that regard. Any question?
Is it from here or from his? Please, ICT, check for us. Huh? I think it's from his end. If? Oh, is it done?
Okay,
Oh,
sorry. So I think I muted myself by mistake, in error. So that was in terms of what we do as a journal in terms of the feedback process. So what we also try to do is that we don't solely focus on Nigerian publications. So, and because we are now Scopus Index, we are receiving a lot of papers for review, and that has also impacted on sort of the review process. Sometimes it takes time, not because that we are slow, just because sometimes reviewers don't get back to us. So we try to expand the remit of in terms of how the people, we don't really want to be writing on just Nigerian issues. We also do Africa, global issues. So, and also we also do some special issues as well. So if there's a theme, a special project I think is relevant, we've done special issues on Middle East and Northern African region. We've done special issues on just transition. We've done special issues on South Africa and their jurisprudence, etc. So we do that as well in that regard. So back to the expectation. So if you send a paper to us, we try as much as possible to give you that feedback, and we try to also support, we try to provide constructive comments. So what we do as well, even though sometimes papers are rejected, even if a paper is rejected, we also give you constructive feedback. Okay, the paper has been rejected. It doesn't mean that you cannot submit it to us later, or you cannot use the feedback given to you and we submit it elsewhere. So what I've found out sometimes that when you give feedback to sometimes the authors never come back. You give them feedback, they never come back if they're going to do the review. They just refuse to answer your emails. You send them emails that, oh, we've given you feedback, can we get your revised version? We never receive any feedback from them as well. And also there's this issue I've also noticed that sometimes authors shop papers around. In the country, they will submit the paper to our journal, submit to another journal. And sometimes we get to know as well because we tend to review for majority of the journals. So if you are submitting a paper try to submit to one journal. Then if they don't get back to you, maybe 3 to 6 months, send an email. And if you think that the journal is taking too long, just send an email to them that you are withdrawing your journal from possible consideration. So you are withdrawing your paper from possible consideration in the journal for publication. That's one way to do it. So, and also as well, in terms of materials, I think one thing that I've found out is that access to material is a very, very difficult thing, especially in law. So when you're writing about legal issues and you are not conversant, you can't access current materials, is a major issue. So one way to mitigate that is that if you are lucky to be in a Nigerian university that has got access to Lexis or Westlaw, use that as well. Also, if you are looking for a specific material, you're unable to find it, just do a random search of that material online. What happens most times is that some of the authors tend to post these papers online before publication. So if you're unable to access a specific paper, you can send an email to the author that, oh, I want your paper, please, can you send a copy to me? Authors are willing to send that paper to you, or look for another publication to use. So I think the issue for me is that there is a lack of engagement with relevant materials by some authors when they send papers to us. They just use the same old 80s and 90s, early 2000 publications without relying on recent publications that have basically taken that argument to the next level. So for example, if you're doing stuff around environmental justice or energy justice, for example, if you're not engaging with the current or modern day interpretations of that theory, you are still relying on some that was done in the 80s as a theoretical construct, and which might not be a total or a proper reflection of today's reality. That will be an issue. So that's in one way to mitigate that is for universities to actually fund being members of these various repositories so that scholars can have access to these materials. And also, if you have a page, if you have a profile on ResearchGate, you are able to contact most of these academics directly on ResearchGate. And also, there are different ways to search for materials. You have SSRN website, you have DOAG website, you have academia.edu, you have your regular Google app. So you need to be very, very versatile regarding how you access materials. And if you're unable to get a specific material, you can go to another one. You don't need to, if you don't get an access to a material you're looking for, you don't need to use that material solely. You can rely on other materials as well. So I think that was just some of the things I was going to talk about regarding my role. So my role as the Deputy Editor-in-Chief is just to act, to basically sift out the publications and manage the journal and ensure that we continue to publish quality papers in our journal, because we have a standard to maintain. We have Scopus Index, and we need to maintain that standard. So for us to become Scopus Index, we went through a lot of processes, and we have to maintain that standard. And so one way that you can also encourage yourself is that you can ensure that you send papers that are well written, that add something to knowledge that is significant. And we should not just see publication as just citation purposes, for example. I have or for promotion purposes, for example. Is your paper having any impact, for example? So in the UK, for example, or in India, for example, judges rely on academic publications to help their thinking, to help their judgment. So are Nigerian judges relying on what you're publishing? Is the Nigerian government reading what you're publishing? Or are you just publishing just for the sake of publication, or just to have 100 articles, 200 articles? What is the essence of publications to you? Until you know that we publish for different reasons. Promotion 1, impact 2, you just want to publish because you want to publish. Because I've done papers on juju and corruption, for example, traditional taking and corruption. Well, I just want to do that, not that because I want to be a Scopus journal. You could have an interest in an area, you just want to publish, not necessarily because you want that for promotion. Yes, know your promotion criteria, target your promotion criteria, but don't let us not lose the value of publication, which is to have an impact on society and make the world a better place. Thank you. Any questions for me? I'll be here to answer any question regarding the journal.
There
there's someone who has a remark to make, and after which we'll come back to you.
Okay, I'm here, I'm listening.
Okay. Yes, I am Dr. Mrs. S.E. Ogunshile from Ekiti State University. Mine is an observation, and in line with the last speaker. Here we have talked about promoting Nigerian-based journals. But the question is, are we ready to pay the price? I'm talking from my experience as a managing editor. We have 2 TED Fund-funded journals in Ekiti State University. From submission to publication, no author pays. But you need to see some of the articles sent for publication by Nigerian authors, Nigerian researchers. You wonder, some of us sat together to assess students, maybe master students, PhD students, we guide them. But when we are to write papers for publication, maybe the mentality is, tiwa is our own, so we can send anything. Forgetting the fact that before our work can be visible and acceptable, I think even Nigerian-based journals should be acceptable internationally. Yes.
Yeah.
So we need to still work hard. There is the need to work on ourselves so that whatever we present as papers for publication can go beyond, can go offshore. Yes. So that we prepare our journals in our different institutions to, you know, to be recognized scopus-wise. That's my observation.
Thank you. I'll just add to that as well. I think the major issue is that some Nigerian authors have never gone through a peer review process. That is the truth. Sometimes you just send a paper to a Nigerian journal, you just pay your processing fee, publication fee. Whatever you send, one line is not taken out, one line is not added. So now when those people don't have the experience of peer review process. So peer review process is a supportive process. So to some people, peer review process, I don't want to be rejected. No, we need to say, even the leading scholars get rejection. I think even with the local journals, the in-house journals, there should be some form of peer review. It might not be intense. You should not just accept any single paper that comes to you. So from the example you gave, the mentality is that because it's our own journal, it's a local journal, we don't need to be very, very professional about it. So, and also, anything you put online is liable to be criticized. So sometimes some people don't do the proper referencing. They can take somebody's ideas. So some people are scared of putting their works online, and some people are scared of criticism. If you know you've done your referencing properly, you've not plagiarized, your Turnitin score is low, then let people read your work. Nigerian journals are good, as good as the European or Western journals. The difference is the quality of peer review or how professional the journal has been run, and the consistency of publication. Sometimes Nigerian journals publish 2002, the next issue is 2010, and you can't find those journals online. You can't find copies online. If you are looking for an article in a journal, you can't find them online. So we need to start thinking of putting our journals, our publications, ourselves online, or the Nigerian journals themselves should have a way of have an archive of those publications. Now, anytime I need some journals, I have to go to Nigeria, go to Uniben, go to Unilag, and physically buy those journals. It's difficult to get those journals online as well. So yes, it's good for us. Sometimes we, as Nigerian authors, Nigerian scholars, yes, we have some issues in code, but the system itself, there should be a way for us to have those journals accessible online as well. Otherwise, nobody will read our work. After doing the peer review, writing a fantastic paper, nobody reads it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make a comment on the last, the last speaker but one. That's Dr. Mrs. Uchi. I want to say in clear terms that the problem we have is from the institutions that we have. Whatsoever that the institution believe, for example, who doesn't believe in the local journal. There is no way whatsoever you are doing about it that will work at all. Now, what we expect to do is to have research policies across universities. That's one. Second, there is need for universities in Nigeria to establish a database to register all the institutional journals in all the universities in Nigeria, and probably maybe the Polytechnic can join. By the time we have those journals, the body managing the database will definitely set criteria. That's exactly what Web of Science did. That's exactly what Elsevier did. And the journals, the journal editors, they will now follow this trend. At the beginning, there is need for, adjustment. We cannot behave like the European journals will behave. For example, I submit an article to any of the journals we are talking about. After the submission, they found that it's not publishable. We cannot behave like the Europeans or any other international journals. What we should do is point attention of those areas, send it back to the lecturer. By the time it gets to the lecturer, let him improve on it over time. That we, by way of appreciating him for contributing to the journal. By the time he revised the work, it is likely that it will meet the requirements of that database requirements. And by the time it meets it, the publication, the article will be published. Then we continue to gain ground against the European journals. Sir, we are in the period of competition. China and US, they are into serious competition. And China, by now, with economic priority, are overriding America. America is afraid. Then let us create our own strength, our own competition, maybe in the area of this article publication, against these European countries. Sir, I want to give an experience because I did my PhD in Malaysia. In my university there, those who are promoting that university, we are all Nigerians. I'm saying it boldly because when I was there, we were about 120 students, Nigerian students. Sir, all of us were mandated to publish in Web of Science. When they were, their own children doing PhD, were running hectare and scepter. We were able to publish our own on time and then graduated. What I'm saying in essence is that they are using us. When they use us to publish for them, they have a very good university ranking. And now I return to Nigeria. I get to Nigeria, I want to publish and say, no. This local. It doesn't work like that. I've been advocating that there is need for Nigerian universities to establish their own database. If a Nigerian university cannot do it, we have some people who can invest into that business. It's a business. Elsevier is not a university. Web of Science is not a university. But all these Journal of 18 came from the universities. So I am saying emphatically that it is an issue of policy. And the university vice chancellor must look into that area. Besides the university vice chancellor, because the vice chancellor cannot do it all alone. There are the professors. Our professors should have a rethink. They have to, rethink of saying that Nigeria is good. We are good. We are scholars. And they should not look at it as if we cannot do anything. We can do as much as possible because we are intelligent. That is my own position over what was just said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think, Mr. KG, where are you? Okay. Doc, do you still have anything to say?
For me, I think if you are an Nigerian-based academic and you are publishing, want to publish in a foreign journal, you don't have materials. If you have anybody who's a scholar in the UK, anybody who's a student in the UK, they can actually get materials for you. And also, if you want to reach out for collaboration, you can reach out to people. You can reach out to me, reach out to other Nigerians in the UK, in the US, in Canada, and also in terms of funding as well. Fellowship. Let's work as a network. Let's work as a society, as a team. Even though I'm based in the UK, I do Nigerian research. So I'm as current as somebody who is living in Nigeria. So we can collaborate in various ways. And our journal is not you are not gatekeepers, so to speak. We open doors. We want people to, as many people to publish in our journal. We try to support Nigerian authors so in different ways. And this event is one way to sort of improve the capacity building process. I think other Nigerian universities can do something similar. In our own little way, we can do stuff like this as well. Older academics can mentor younger academics. You can run a version of this in your university for your master's students, for your PhD students, for your senior professors. So let's try and have a culture change. Let's try and understand that we need to publish for different reasons. If you get the promotion, become a professor, and you don't need to be promoted anymore, are we going to stop publishing? Are we going to say we won't publish anymore? So it's good to apply for promotion, but also let's not forget the joy and impact that publication can also have on society. And even somebody reading your work in China, in the USA, citing that paper is already a positive impact on the life of that student, on the life of that individual. So if there are any other questions, I'm still here to answer them. Or if anybody wants to reach out, you can find me on LinkedIn, you can find me on ResearchGate, you can see me online and send me an email. I'm always available to have a chat if you want to take this further. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Fasha Joseph Kende, librarian in Abuade. I remember when you are making your presentation, you said you are looking at a reference of a work and you notice that they are fake. Probably they are AI generated. And this is supposed, the AI is supposed to be an advantage to us, but to us, here presently, to me, it's not. It's killing the publication, the academic environment. Normally, we're supposed to take advantage of it, and I believe we, the academician, we know how to make use of that. It's just an advice, because I remember a PhD student trying to, most of his references are out. None of them is real. So I remember you made mention of that. Then secondly, you said one of your paper was rejected. For 3 weeks, you are not happy. The same thing applicable to me some times ago. And I remember the journal said my paper has been submitted 23 times. And it was only submitted just once, rejected. And now we send it to another journal. But the reviewer told me that from their software they use to check at the desk, it has been found that it has been sent 26 times, which was not true. I saw it. By the end of the day, he sent it to me, and I look at it. Actually, most of my publications from different titles, different authors, with other people, were those that were generated, not a particular article. In that situation, what should we do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of AI, personally, I don't use AI. I don't use it. So, but I think AI has got its own value of helping for research, etc. In some universities, they have like an AI sort of policy. So, and also, you also need to look at the policy of the journal towards AI. But what I don't like as an author is that when you outsource your analysis to something else or somebody else. So if you use AI and you've not looked at the reference, for example, how can you, because what I noticed was that the paper I reviewed was saying that Professor Falola, who is a leading historian, did a paper on climate, did a book on climate change. I was like, wow. So Professor Falola has a book on climate change. I'm not aware of it. I went to line, put the name, it was like Falola and Evans, so for example, just a random name. I put the name online, I couldn't find that article or that book. So I just started seeing random mismatched titles. So I couldn't review the paper anymore. Just to me, that paper was basically useless. And so what people should know is in terms of AI, some journals do have AI policies, but personally, I don't use that. If you're going to use AI, ensure that you use it in a very ethical manner, which is very, very important. Then in terms of the other one, that your paper was submitted 23 times, I think maybe it was the Turnitin stuff that they use, or maybe they put your publication in the Turnitin process and it came up like that. So if that journal says they don't want to publish a journal, you can go somewhere else. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I was sad by people. I get rejections regularly. Not that regular, but I get rejections sometimes as well. And there's a paper I just did. I did the correction like 3 times. And I said that I need to do more. It was not a law journal. That I need to do some more of like social, legal, empirical research. I was like, I can't do that. So but I took the feedback. I did the feedback. I sent the paper to one of the leading law journals. They accepted it. Because a paper wasn't accepted for a paper, it doesn't mean that that paper is useless. It just means that maybe that paper is not the best for that journal. So rejection is not the end of the paper. You can always send it to somewhere else, publish it elsewhere, publish it in a Nigerian journal. There are loads and loads of publications. There are loads and loads of journals that you can publish your work. So rejections is not the end of a paper, really. It might just be the beginning of another paper or a stronger paper at the end of the day. But the first thing is make sure that your paper meets the minimum criteria. And in terms of the referencing, what I was talking about the references, that I don't really say that because you've not done the right referencing is an issue. For me, it just shows that you've not actually read the criteria of the journal. If the journal says a scholar style, you are doing in-text, for example, you're doing Harvard style. If the journal says don't provide, use endnotes, you are doing footnotes. If the journal says do footnotes, you are doing endnotes. It just shows that as a scholar, you've not read the remit of the journal. And if that paper gets accepted, there's a lot of work that has to be done. So even though you've not met the referencing criteria, that is not a reason for rejection, but to me, it raises a red flag. I won't reject that paper. I'll let you know that this paper does not meet, it's not a scholar standard. Either I send it back to you to go and do the scholar, or if it gets accepted, you have to commit to revising that paper to align with recommended referencing style. So to avoid that, doing that work over and over again, always ensure that you do the appropriate referencing style of that journal when you submit that paper. It makes life easy for you and makes life easy for the journal. Thank you.
We've had the most insightful commentary from Doc. We really want to appreciate and thank you. Please, can you give him a round of applause? Please clap for him. Thank you very much, sir. By tomorrow, the session will commence immediately by 9 at the Senate chamber. Sir? Sir? 9 a.m. tomorrow. 10 a.m. 10. The session opens tomorrow by 10 a.m. and it's expected that you should be seated at about 9:45 at the Senate chamber. That's White Rock. My assumption is that you are all quartered within the campus. Are you staying within the campus? Okay, when you come in tomorrow, just ask for the White Rock. When you get to the White Rock, ask for the Senate chamber. I think it's on the 2nd floor of the White Rock. Sir? So we hope to see you by tomorrow. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Yes, I've told them White Rock. Just ask for the white building as you drive into Abward. That white building that you will face. When you get there at the security post, tell them you are going to the Senate chamber.